now. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to PAK Challenge 2022 Finals. So today we have a great batch of startups and we can't wait for everyone to hear the pitches from the founders themselves. All right, so all 10 teams presenting today have prepared really hard and the stage is ready for them. But first, let me thank our judges for taking the time to help us judge and find the top 3 winners for 2022. So firstly, we have Winnie, partner at Antler. Second, we have Edward, Systema Asia Capital CEO. And we have Joshua Chan, co-founder and managing director of ErgoTune and ErgoEdge. And finally, we have Benjamin Toon, the co-founder and chief commercial officer of Funnel. Well, welcome, judges. So each team will be given 10 minutes to present, followed by a 6 to 8 minute Q&A afterwards. So the judges will assess the teams based on these 10 criteria: description of the problem, the proposed solution, business model, the target market opportunity, the competitor analysis that the team provides, the growth strategy, financial projections, the information on the team, the background of the people behind the idea, funding, how we're going to use the money should you win, as well as the presentation skills as components to decide the final 3 winners. So judges will score each criteria out of 10. The sheet is given in front of you. If you have any questions, do let me know. So after all 10 present, while the judges are actually deliberating, we have actually invited a few founders to actually share their stories with you guys. So you guys can also listen to the sharing and the challenges that other founders face. So they are actually Akan Gunawan, the co-founder of Irvins, Pamela Lee, head of sales at Talos, and also Ping Ping, the founder of Aloha, a HR tech platform. So this will happen at 5 p.m., so stay tuned until then. Let's invite the first team, Meido, to come up and present their pitch.
Test. Test. Good afternoon, judges. I'm Lucas, one of the co-founders of Meido. Meido is a SaaS platform that digitizes B2B procurement within the F&B industry, and we seek to enhance suppliers' efficiency and empower supply diversification for food businesses. So currently, the products go through a range of players before ending up at the hands of food businesses. They go through distributors, wholesalers, and even retailers before ending up there. And we realized 2 key challenges faced by food suppliers. Firstly, the ineffective sales outreach. Many of them depend on word of mouth or business contacts to reach out to prospective customers, or they rely on a sales team to carry a physical catalog to go down to different restaurants to introduce their products. Many of them also do not have any online presence, and for those that do have a website, some of them are just a landing page without any e-commerce features, making it difficult for food businesses to understand about the products that they sell. The next thing that they face is the manual order fulfillment. They take orders from a range of sources, such as text messages, WhatsApp, voice messages, and even phone calls. This makes it difficult to manage and is prone to mistakes. They also rely heavily a lot on physical documents, such as invoices and receipts. And this signature-based acknowledgement is also difficult to manage and is time-consuming as well. For food businesses, they typically have limited sourcing choices as due to the lack of online presence of suppliers, many of them do not know the different suppliers out there. So they typically get word-of-mouth referrals from their business contacts, or they simply purchase from the nearby wet markets or e-commerce platforms. And the thing about the relationship between food suppliers and restaurants is such that they typically rely on a single supplier for that particular product, and they do not switch when there are price changes, mainly because of the lack of awareness of alternative suppliers, and there's no way to actually easily access these suppliers quickly whenever they need them. So to solve these problems, we created Mado. Mado is an integrated solution that helps suppliers to be connected with food businesses, such as restaurants, hawkers, coffee shops, as well as cafes, even retailers, schools, and home-based businesses. Suppliers can actually digitize their sales processes through Mado, while businesses can source from a wide range of suppliers using us. We have created an easy-to-use app for suppliers to manage their operations and sales processes. They can easily visualize their inventory as well as cash flow, and most importantly, we help them to actually create a digital storefront. They are able to actually showcase their basic business information, their business history, as well as the delivery hours that they can deliver to their prospective customer. This helps to save them time on the introductory calls from food businesses who wish to find out more. We also enable suppliers to actually manage their customers through the app. So they actually can customize different terms for their preferred customers. For example, they can always give a discount to this particular supplier, or actually enable them to have no delivery fee at all because of the strong relationships. In the future, we plan to actually launch more services such as clientele marketing and in-app advertising. And next, for food businesses, we have actually created an app for them to actually purchase from multiple suppliers in a single transaction. They are also able to actually visualize their past purchases and expenses, and by giving them access to a wide range of suppliers, they are able to purchase products that suit their business the best, optimizing their food expenses. In the future, we will actually be launching a group procurement platform, enabling small, medium businesses to actually procure in bulk together, enabling them to enjoy lower unit costs. So at Mado, our revenue model is based on a transaction fee. We do not charge any upfront costs. So we charge up to 3.9% to the supplier for every transaction made, and this depends on the payment method that's being used. In the future, we will be launching more services to value add to our users. So we are actually in talks with some third-party logistics providers to see whether they can actually help suppliers to deliver the products to the F&B businesses in the case that they are unable to fulfill them. When we also grow our user base, we plan to use advertising as another means of revenue, whereby suppliers and F&B establishments can showcase their services that they provide, enabling them to actually increase their customer reach. And lastly, we also provide a subscription model for food suppliers who are actually willing to use more features, such as internal delivery management, whereby they can actually let their delivery drivers to know where to deliver to. So in terms of the market size, in Singapore, about $3.3 billion is spent on food costs by F&B establishments annually. And we actually estimate about $140 million market that's ready to digitize. And in Singapore, there are about 2,000 F&B suppliers and over 49,000 food establishments. And our core target market is actually the small, medium players. We estimate that about 60 to 70% of them fall within this range. And what we refer to small, medium suppliers as are those who have a small team size of perhaps less than 10 employees, where they actually face the real pain of these manual processes and are also facing difficulty in increasing their sales. We're also looking at the third generation of suppliers who are actually recently taking over the business from their parents. And for food establishments, we are looking at those without the central procurement team. So we are not looking at those big F&B groups or franchises, but rather hawkers, coffee shop, and independent cafes and restaurants. At the same time, we're also looking at a new generation of food F&B owners who perhaps it's their first time entering this industry. So in line with our core target segment, we actually adopt a strategy that is catered towards them. Thus far, we have actually reached out to them via cold outreach, calls and emails, as well as door-to-door introductions. And we are proud to also have some strong relationships with our existing users who have also kindly referred us to their F&B context. We also are using another strategy whereby we target suppliers who are within that small and medium segment who are actually willing to bring on board their food businesses that they sell to so that they actually can digitize their sales processes. And at Mado, we focus heavily on customer education, whereby we provide them with extensive onboarding assistance, such as product uploads, for if they do have hundreds of different products, as well as app demonstrations. And we are constantly in talks with our users to gain more insights from them, because we know that different suppliers actually operate differently, and to find out how we can actually come up with a solution to help the large majority of them. So as of last month, we have over 230 F&B businesses on board and 39 suppliers carrying over 1,000 products. And most of these F&B businesses that are on board are actually more the small, medium sizes, so hawkers and coffee shops. And in the future, we'll be looking at onboarding a lot more cafes and independent restaurants. So we are not the only player in this space. However, what makes us different is that we focus heavily on the SME segment. And the thing is, for us, we do not charge any subscription fee, which is also seen as an upfront cost by many of these small, medium players. So when we launch our group procurement feature in the future, it will actually be the first B2B procurement platform within the F&B industry, where we actually enable small, medium businesses located in the close vicinity to actually purchase in bulk, enabling them to enjoy the bulk pricing that suppliers can give. So Mado is co-founded by a team with diverse experiences. I myself have over 4 years of F&B experience. Denzel, he has over 3 years of experience in sales and logistics, while Sean was the former head of ops at Ride, and he also was engaged and he's a Google developer, and he's also helping us to produce our app. And we are proud to be supported by 500 Global as our accredited mentor partner under Enterprise Singapore's Startup Founder Scheme, and we were also part of SMU IIE's BIG cohort last year. So currently, we are still in our pre-revenue stage, but we expect first transactions to actually come in within the end of the year or the beginning of next year. And our core target is to hit 2 million GMV by 2023. And we expect to actually turn profitable by 2025. And we expect to operate around a gross margin of about 50 to 60% in each of those years. So the prize money that will be used to mainly on two fronts, business development and technology. So we have mostly been using offline approach to actually acquire our users. So we are planning to expand on the business development front to actually acquire more users in the future, as well as to develop our product to fuel our growth in the next 12 months. And so at Mado, we are on a mission to modernize F&B procurement for small, medium businesses. Thank you.
How much of the technology is developed versus mock?
Oh, so actually everything is developed, so it's available on the App Store and Google Store. Yep.
Cool. And with regards to your business model, right, you're charging about around 4% in transaction. How does this affect the margins of the business, especially the small ones that you are talking about?
Yeah. So actually for us, it's actually up to 4%. But actually what we do is that the default payment method through our platform is Pay Now. And with that, we only charge the suppliers 1.9%. However, if suppliers wish to enable cards and digital wallets, we charge them 3.9%. We also do have one whereby we actually enable suppliers to collect cash on delivery. With that, we actually just charge a 1%, so it's minimal. And they also get to also offer credit terms with their regular customers. So those are the three fees that we actually offer to our suppliers.
Okay, then maybe one last question from my end, right? You have 234 onboarded supplier, what is the engagement usage of the app like?
Okay, so actually 234 is more on the food businesses side of things. We have actually seen increased engagement rate over the month. So we started onboarding them in June. So currently our recurring users is about 88 users, returning users is about 88. But one of the feedback that we have is that quite a few suppliers are actually more of the pricier side. That's why we also have not really seen a lot of transactions. So our strategy now is actually to focus more on recruiting more suppliers so that we can actually offer more product variety at better prices for these food businesses.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just two questions. The first is, in any traditional marketplace model, you're always going to have a chicken egg issue, right? So do you focus on the suppliers first or do you focus on the business first, right? So I want to hear some thoughts around that. And as an extension of that, how do you intend to scalably acquire each of these, right, in a cost and time efficient manner? Because I think you mentioned cold outreach and also to some extent door to door and even word of mouth, right? Was there any kind of ideas that you had, potentially even some of the funding you could use, right, to improve those marketing efforts?
Testing. Thanks, Benjamin, for the question. So actually, I do understand where you're coming from. It is really a chicken and egg issue, but where Mado we have actually started with onboarding suppliers first. So by adopting this strategy, we realized that they do upload a lot of products. This will entice more customers to come on board. But now we are at a stage where we are adopting a newer strategy, where we are adopting suppliers on board, and then we are getting their existing customers to come on board. So that's the current strategy we are adopting. The funds used is mostly with regards to business development. So we do a lot of sales, a lot of on-the-ground sales. Yep, we do a lot of on-the-ground sales. Sorry, you want to?
Yeah, so to add on to that, I think in what you mentioned about the scalability, unfortunately, I think we can't really utilize online mediums because in terms of our target segment, a lot of them are small and medium, and it's hard to actually use online strategies to acquire them. And so we've realized through our experience, it's much easier to talk to them. And actually most of them also prefer to meet up face to face. So although we would like to utilize, technology to actually help scale up, we realized that effectively an offline approach is most effective.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I should say other idea that I had is to approach something like those co-op models, right, where a group represents like a whole bunch of these suppliers and you onboard one of them and you get all of them there. But I like the idea of them onboarding the clients as well. Anyway, quick second question, right? In terms of the competitive landscape, so with what you shared, just interesting to note that your competitors are focusing on HoReCa. Possibly there the margins are better, right? But I'm trying to also understand what your moat is. What stops them from coming over with what they've done with HoReCa and with whatever they've built up, right, in terms of systems and also the networks, right, to come into your space?
So one thing we note is that actually, because in order for them to come into the SME segment, they will have to lower their prices by quite a bit. So for example, if you look at Zmart, the way they are looking is that they actually charge buyers a fee, because for Zmart, their target market are actually more of those F&B establishments who have perhaps 5 outlets. So if you only have 1 outlet, they wouldn't want to pay for such a usage. So actually our value proposition is more towards suppliers who, because they understand it's easier for them to use our app for invoice management and things like that. And in order for them to digitize, they will actually get their customers on board. I think it's hard. I mean, right now, they can always develop because of the current infrastructure, something similar to ours. But thus far, when we talk to the current existing players, many of them are not using such solutions.
Perhaps I would like to add to that. So I do understand that you are talking about the moat. Talking about the moat of Mado, right? So actually we realized that our main strong point, our moat, is actually the client relationship building that we have with our suppliers. So we actually have about 39 suppliers as of today. 234 will be the F&B establishments itself. So we actually spend more time, more intimate time with the suppliers itself. We spend really a lot of time on customer education, and that's where we are driving towards. Less of, I would say, just a very simple cold sales email or cold sales call. We actually spend more time on getting them to come on board and explaining the whole rationale of our business.
Hi. Hi. Yes, sorry, on just a follow-up on that supplier question, right? Is it exclusive for most of your suppliers to only be able to work with you?
No, so currently we are not operating on an exclusive model. We are trying to become an open marketplace, meaning that any supplier can come on board with us. Even so, some of our suppliers, they are actually on other e-commerce websites such as Shopee and Lazada. But the thing is, or Redmart. But the thing is, what makes us different is that we are purely marketing to them as a B2B platform. So when it comes to other marketplaces, they are actually more towards the B2C side of things.
Right. Yeah. Understand. And from what I saw, you guys currently are mainly targeting your food shops, hawkers, and who?
Next stop is those small restaurants run by just those with one outlet or even cafes.
Right. And given the current customers that you already have, do you have a split on these different categories?
So actually, most of them are in the hawkers and coffee shop space. So that was our initial business development strategy, was to onboard these users first. But in the future, the next step is actually more towards those cafes and independent restaurants. So the key challenge in targeting these establishments is that sometimes the key decision makers are actually not in the restaurant itself. Whereas for hawkers, most of them are always there. So that's the reason why we first approach hawkers.
Understand. And the final question is, what's the feature that they love the most, these hawkers, within your platform?
So for hawkers, it's mainly, actually, a lot of them like to use their phones when it's their downtime. So they just like to look through different products. But the current thing is, like I said earlier, that a lot of the suppliers, unfortunately, the prices are a bit on the pricier side. So that's why they didn't purchase from our platform. But on the supplier side of things, the thing that they like the most, I think, is the automatic generation of invoices, because they don't need to go and write one on their own, and they are able to actually immediately just automate this process and just focus on delivering the goods.
Right. My thinking is, if you are able to identify that hawkers are kind of where you want to move towards, then the way that you are looking for suppliers shouldn't be spread across all industries, but more what will they want to see on your platform, right? And you focus your marketing efforts there rather than trying to go across the board and having suppliers on board that is not even recognized by your users. But yeah, that's probably a good way to, if I were to do it, that's how I think about it. Yeah, but thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you to Meadow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we can have Moonbeam. Yeah, y'all can take the stage.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Jiao Wei and I'm from the Moonbeam company. At Moonbeam, we believe that circularity is the next frontier of food sustainability. And we want to accelerate the adoption of spent grains in the food industry. But why spent grains? In Singapore, we have a problem with spent grains, which is a byproduct of the beer brewing industry. Annually, we produce more than 20,000 tons of spent grains from our local breweries, and globally, this amounts to 38 million tons. So existing waste processing methods in Singapore are inadequate as there are process inefficiencies, as the waste is not completely utilized or are transformed from one form to another. So the majority of this waste, about 81% in Singapore, is still incinerated, and this generates more pollution. So for spent grains, the resources that went into farming, processing, transport, ends up getting lost just like that. So we ask ourselves, how might we change the way how spent grains are processed so as to make their life cycle more sustainable? And the answer to that is by redirecting them back into the food supply. That's right, we eat the spent grains. But come on, who's going to pay to eat rubbish, right? So how can we make money and scale if nobody wants to buy our waste? So somehow we have to make people pay for the waste, and make them want the waste, and somehow make them pay for it as well. And that's why we want to tap on market forces and the age-old consumerism to drive business. So we at the Moonbeam company connect food waste with consumer demand. And you know what they say? One man's trash is another man's treasure. And the malted barley, after having its starches extracted to make the beer, becomes spent grains that are full of fiber and protein. And as we know, products with such a nutrient content are pretty highly demanded. So the spent grains here fit the bill. But they aren't exactly delicious because they are very fibrous and they have inferior texture, which makes them almost impossible to eat. You can imagine putting like dry grass in your mouth. So we've solved this by using enzymes and other adjuncts to biotransform the spent grains into a more palatable form. Using our texture modification technology, the spent grains go from being fibrous and grassy to being crispy and light moon grains. And they're bakeable too, so they can be used as an ingredient in other food products. So to prove our point, we go one step further by combining it with sweeteners, spices, fruits, and nuts, and we make a granola, which we're calling brewer's grains. Catchy, right? So a 2.5 kg batch of wet spent grains can produce 4.5 kg of brewer's grains, and all the fiber and protein that's inside the spent grain ends up in there also. But you might be wondering, why granola of all other products? Well, trends and data show that people not only want healthier snacks, but also more sustainable ones, especially if they can reduce food waste. And our moonwalkers are people who are actively looking out for products like this. With their support, we hope to leverage on the immense opportunity globally and locally. We are looking at the world's $73 billion breakfast cereal market, and we hope to secure 1% of the local market first, which is sitting at $75 million. And brewer's grains allows us to connect food waste with consumer demands because it is attractive and competitive in the market. So does the concept of circularity work? Well, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. In fact, we're rated pretty highly on one of our partner platforms. And aside from reducing food waste and being sustainably produced, we've created a granola higher in protein and fiber, and we know that brewer's grains stands out from the competition. We are also working on building the community of moonwalkers by conducting workshops on food waste issues and product demos. We're now transiting to the next phase of marketing plans as we set out to social media to grow our audience. And we want to make known to others that, hey, there's a community of people who believe in circularity and would pay for products made from food waste. So this growing community of moonwalkers has given us great traction. So since we started in February, we've already hit $2,220 in brewer's grain sales, and we've also valorized over 140 kilograms of brewer's spent grains. And in the past 9 months, we've moved from D2C to B2B2C marketplaces, and we're happy to have Urban Origins as one of our best partners in this area. Now we are expanding sales channels to target businesses, both corporates and multipliers, such as pantry refill services and corporate gifting services. And we want everyone to know that we've taken waste, processed it into another form, and created something delicious. And eventually, we want to enable other food suppliers to follow suit by increasing the supply of our treated moon grains. And that is our goal, to accelerate the adoption of brewer spent grains in the food industry. So we created a granola brand to prove the value of a direct substitution with moon grains. And we have ourselves built a community of moonwalkers who really love not only the granola, but the idea of using food waste in food waste streams. So we want to expand the use of moon grains by working with partners to explore other applications of moon grains or by substituting it directly into their products. And we are certain we can activate the moonwalkers which we have built to support these new products as well. And moving forward, we want to lower our processing costs by going overseas to places like Vietnam, and after which, we'll tackle the distributors to supply our moon grains worldwide. So, of course, you can definitely trust the Moonbeam team. So, Kong, he's over there. He's a pharmaceutical scientist, and he's no stranger to the media industry, and he manages the customer-facing side of things, and he ensures that they look great. So me, I'm an engineer who has done product development, and I know how to bring something from an idea to a full product. I also bake, so I'm like the best guy to make our food dreams a reality. And Verden, he's the data scientist in our team. He optimizes our finances and operations, and he's the one that you go to analyze market trends to steer us to go in the right direction. We're also backed by our mission control, comprising of diverse mentors with rich experiences and from different fields as well. And we are committed to solve sustainability-related issues. And we have won many hackathons, including Hacking the New Normal Sustainability and the IKEA Southeast Asia Young Designers Award 2021. With this recognition, we aspire to be the leading voice of sustainability. And with that, let us fly you to the moon and invite you to give our product a try. And we'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let me start. Do you have a comparison of pricing across like similar grains? Is there an increase in price or?
So currently our granola is marketed at $66 per kg. This is different from the local brands, which is $30 per kg. So for this, the main drivers of the cost is actually the processing technology that we use, which costs it to be 2 times. So which is why we actually want to go overseas so that we can actually bring the price down, because the main reason of that price is actually rental. Currently, we have a partnership with some of our partners who actually allow us to process it in their place, which is to us basically. But every time we use that space, it incurs large amount of cost. So this actually comes in, which is why we are $66 per, which is twice of normal grains. And that's how we actually already figured out how we can actually overcome that in the long run.
Okay, so in an ideal situation with your projections, with some scale and all that, right? What would be the comparison of cost between you guys? Because that's the main drivers and main pinpoints of sustainability products, right?
Yeah, so I think in the ideal circumstance, in that case, logistics will largely be our main cost. But for the grains itself, we don't have to pay any price to acquire the spent grains compared to other granola, or the grains processor who have to pay for farming, etc. Because we are kind of taking people's waste. So largely the cost will be centered around logistics. And we believe that the cost of logistics can be lowered because most of these spent grains producers are usually clustered in industry areas. So for Singapore, it's largely in Tuas, Woodlands, and Eunos, where we can aggregate these supplies of the grains and then bring into our factory to process.
Cool. What is, because it's a D2C business, right? Do you measure your CPA right now, and what it is currently?
So currently, actually, we are transiting out of the B2C business entirely. We are now a B2B business, and the key reason why actually is that we're actually using this, right, to really work on the project. So we actually saw the previous slides of this is, so we are really a biotech. I would say actually we are a biotech company. So the end goal is at the B2B side, but the problem that we are experiencing now is that we can't reach our volume that our industry partners want. So this is talking about thousands of tons. And now why we're actually doing this is also because that we are able to build a revenue while working on the technology. So as we are scaling out, this is more of a storefront for us to actually gain market presence as well as establish a foothold within the community. So in terms of the numbers that you requested for, which is CPA, right? So in
Even
this
B2B
case,
have CPA, what?
Sorry?
Even B2B.
Yeah. So in this case, the B2B CTA is 2. Yeah.
So the cost of that for B2B, it's about $2. Largely the cost it's centered around samples more than marketing and stuff like that. And we have relied quite heavily on press releases by various channels which are free in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I just tried this. It's quite yummy. I think for the rest of you should try it as well. But my point is, I don't think to get to scale, B2C is going to be sufficient. I think your direct and multiply is extremely important. The only other comment I just wanted to make is, have you thought about going to other markets? Because maybe the market here is really too small for you to get to that kind of scale. And the question is, for something like spent grains, right? the cause of sustainability, does it really resonate with the market here, and would people actually switch over to this product just cause, right? I know for some of the bigger companies there, of course they would. You should definitely go after Heineken, Asia Pacific Breweries, any one of these companies in this industry that are obviously guilty of producing such waste, and say you buy this, and that's going to help you from a CSR perspective. But yeah, just some thoughts, and I'm not sure if you have any ideas or plans. I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, so I think we see Singapore more as a test bed for our spring greens, because I think what is interesting is in the way that we process the grains, because typically spring grains are very chewy, and it's not typically used to substitute ingredients like oats to be made into granola, muesli, or some other oat-related products. So for what we are doing now in Singapore, it's really to show others that there are potential in the spring grains that we are producing, and it can easily be substituted into any of the products that they are making. So the granola is really kind of a product showcase that this spring grains is okay. So for now, we have the product out, and we have some traction, and we know that substituting it can be done, and sometimes it can be much more nutritious than other related products. So now we are working with some of the companies. One of them is the Chef Academy, to kind of come out with additional use cases for spring grains. And at the same time, we are also exploring other uses of spring grains, and with some of these granola makers, to see if they can use the spring grains directly in their ingredient. So the marketing for the other products using our grains will lie entirely on them, and what we are trying to do will be to increase the volume and decrease the price for them.
The other way is also to think about it as SKUs, right? How many SKUs you guys have, and what's in your pipeline? Because obviously if that grows, then obviously that may lower your cost, right? And you hit scale.
So maybe I'll just also elaborate, because like just now you also mentioned about the other markets and exploring other markets. So for now, because like we did come with this brief problem that we are still like schooling, but otherwise we are actually looking to go to Vietnam this December. So this is why we already have our partners there that is willing to actually bring us over to actually talk to the brewers there. So that is in the works. But in terms of the target market that we are looking at for the granola itself, so because like what I said, like it will probably take a year. A year is actually too optimistic to say that we can do the green business straight away, because usually if you talk about 1,000 tons, currently we are at 100 tons a month. So this is a 10 times scale, so it's an exponential curve. Yeah. So in this case, we are expecting 2 or 3 years. So which is why we are still keeping the other side of the trade, I would say like the brewer's grain trade. So in this case, we are actually looking to break into Japan, Korea, where there's actually a higher intake of these grains as well. Even if for the EU, it's just that for the EU currently, like even though the market looks more promising, people are actually looking for green labels, clean labels, which we actually are able to put ourselves into. But currently, we haven't found the right industry partners yet. That's the main difference.
Yeah, I would spend time on that. And I actually think that for you to hit scale, it's probably markets outside, right? And I think Thailand's another market you should look at as well, and approach it from a CSR angle.
Okay, with that, thank you to Moonbeam Company.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can we also invite the next company up, Byleft? Yep. Please also remember to stand in the center of the stage as well. Ken. Thank you.
Good afternoon, investors. My company is Byleft, and today I'm going to be telling you the story of this company. But before I start, I want to tell you a shorter story. It's the story of Shu Chang. Now, Shu Chang owns a small business food outlet in Chinatown, as you can see. He found it difficult to deal with the high costs of running the business in Singapore, and was also constantly facing competition from other F&B outlets. But he still dealt with this competition because this store was his dream. However, this got way harder during the pandemic. During the pandemic, he constantly had to deal with changing regulations. He had to shut his store down according to these regulations. All his costs went up, and he also had to spend money training personnel to take online orders. You can imagine, right, the difficulty of running a store during a pandemic. Because this was his dream, he kept taking loans to sustain his business, but this didn't work for him, and because of his high costs, he was ultimately forced to shut down. Now, investors, this isn't just the story of Shu Chang. This is the story of 4,500 F&B outlets that shut down and 73,000 SMEs that shut down just during the pandemic, all because of high costs. My team and I looked into this problem, and we could pinpoint it to two main causes. One, the high cost to operate a business in Singapore. And two, because of these high costs, SMEs were unable to upscale. Most of their money and efforts went just struggling to stay afloat, and so they couldn't grow. We looked into this problem further, and we were shocked to find out there is 6 million square meters of commercial space that is being unused at any point of time just in Singapore on a weekday. That is, 2 out of 5 of office spaces are left idle just on weekdays. Now, looking at restaurants, we found that 4,800 restaurants, bistros, or cafes are being idle during the non-peak hours. This becomes 3 out of 5 of these. On the other end of the spectrum, there's 240,000 businesses that require space at any point of time and are looking for space consciously in a situation where rents are continuously increasing in Singapore. Now, you see the problem, and you can imagine a very simple solution, right? This is how ShareRite was born. ShareRite is a B2B space sharing system where we help businesses build sustainable solutions by letting them share office space, storage space, warehouse space, or even space for hot desking. The solution is very, very simple. All we've done is create a B2B marketplace where we connect businesses that have this idle space to businesses who are looking for this idle space. This solution works because this not only helps businesses who already have space reduce their fixed costs, it also helps businesses that are actively looking for space and flexibility with it save up to 50% on their current operational costs. Now, I did have a video to show you how the actual marketplace looks like, but because of some technical difficulties, I'll be showing it during the break. As per our business model, our pricing model is very simple. So how the platform works is that we have an active pricing model in the platform where businesses, when they list out their spaces, they mention their quote, that is what they're willing the space to go on lease for. So the pricing model, the part where we make money, is just a 5% platform fee on the final bid price from both the parties in the transaction. However, this is not our only source of revenue. And our revenue also gets generated from the value-added service fees that we obtain from the platform, a 5% platform fee, and the insurance commission. Now, last but not least, Byleft as a team is one that is very community-driven. We recognize the work that NPOs and social enterprises do, and part of our profits are funneled back into the business to provide even cheaper and more viable solutions for them. In terms of competition, the only direct competitor that we have, that is the only company that is doing exactly what we do, is Flow2, which is a space asset sharing platform that's based in Europe. Indirect competition that we face in Singapore comes from Commercial Guru, Carousel, StoreHub, etc. Now, investors, space sharing is how we started off, but the aim of Byleft is to create an asset sharing model where we share all idle assets on our platform. And space sharing, as you saw, because of the problems, is how we decided to start out. So why ShareRite instead of any existing solution that you could find? ShareRite provides greater accessibility and flexibility to businesses that are looking to rent out space in terms of 1, flexible contract periods, 2, a space that is right next to you, that is locationally convenient, and 3, we provide the solution at a lower cost. So how the flexible contract period system works is that traditionally, space hiring, how it works is that you pay a rent for an entire month or 6 months. You sign a contract for 6 months upfront, but on our platform, if you're looking to hire a space for a few months, a few days, or even just a few hours, we provide that option, and we provide it right next to you or in any location that you are looking for. Second, we also provide an insurance on our platform, which works as a blanket insurance, just so that parties who are sharing assets can do so with a peace of mind. And finally, sharing of assets is not the only feature that we provide. We also provide value-added services that come in forms of transportation, packaging, labeling for warehouse solutions, cleaning services, etc., or any other value-add service that the clients may require so that they can meet all their needs on one single platform. So this isn't just this isn't just an idea, but we've actually, in the few months since we started, we've acquired 15 clients across 5 industries, and we've carried out 3 transactions in the last month. Across these 3 transactions, we've helped share space over $16,000. And through this, we've helped businesses save almost $3,000, and we've also made $450 of value-added services that we offer. Sorry, just a second. Okay. In terms of our development roadmap, we've started out very recently, as you can see. So June to October 2022 was our market validation phase. So we've actually started out actively having transactions on our product only since the last 1 month. And in that, we've made 3 transactions and acquired 15 clients. So assuming that we get funded by the end of the year, we're looking to launch the official platform for ShareRide by the year end. Since from there onwards, it's only uphill. Launching our mobile app, our multi-service app, introduction of other assets to achieve our dream of becoming an asset sharing platform for all idle assets, and then slowly but surely, expansion across ASEAN. So in our pre-seed funding round, we were initially looking for $120,000, which to meet our year 1 expenses. As you can see from the slides, we hope to turn a profit right in the beginning. So if we do get the 50,000, we're looking to use it for 1, hiring personnel, 2, marketing efforts. So how our platform works on an economies of scale model. And the most important for that, for us, is to have enough suppliers across all locations in Singapore. And that is also what we require the funding for. So our key team members, Pranav is the founder and CEO of the company. So as you can see, our entire team currently, this is a student-run initiative, and our entire team is all currently students who are working, which is also why we need the money, so that we can use extra funding that we hopefully get from PAK or our pre-seed funding round to hire personnel to work on this full-time. So Pranav, who's a founder and a very dedicated CEO, is a business student in SMU year 2. We also have Eve, who is our COO, Tianwei, who developed our entire platform in-house, who's our CTO, and I'm the CMO. Now, investors, I know you as businessmen can see the potential that this company has, not just to make money, but to help all the shoe chongs out there. So join the Byleft ecosystem today to build a better tomorrow for Singapore and surely for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation.
Thank you.
2 questions. One question is you talked about the insurance, right? And you already have about 15 clients. Can you share a little bit more about what is the cost for your insurance and what does the insurance coverage actually covers?
Okay, so we're in talks with Phillip Capital to acquire a blanket insurance. And also, once Phillip Capital comes in, we're also trying to get other forms of insurance to give an option. So currently, how we're working the model is that we're giving an option to parties in the transaction to take up insurance in terms of different options based on the level of coverage that they want. So this works as a blanket coverage, and it gets assessed for... So we have 3 categories right now. We're working in storage, warehouse, and office space. So the average insurance price across these 3 will more or less be standard, but it also gets assessed on a case-by-case basis based on the risk level.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Because your value chain cut across 3 very distinct ones, storage all the way up to the portion. So in these 3 space, what are the regulations? Do you need to apply any license?
So yeah, we're in the process of applying. So we're at a very beginning stage where the 3 transactions we've carried out have also been on a request from these companies to carry it out. So we have an MVP, and we're working on getting our final product out by the end of this year. And we're in the process of, we've acquired some, but we're in the process of fulfilling the rest of the regulations.
Hi. So with the 15 clients that you have, right, what are some of the insights that you have gathered from them that you can find a common pain point that is across all of them?
Okay, so with these 15 clients and also the primary market research that we did, so we went on ground and spoke to 100 different businesses across different industries to talk about their pain points and whether a solution like this would work for them. So the common pain point that all of them had was that there is nothing out there that helps them cover up costs during their idle time. So for a few hours a day, even restaurants, so lunch would be from 12 to 3:30 and dinner would start at 6, right? So 3:30 to 6, they're still paying high costs for the rent, but they're not doing anything with their space. And what all of them said was that there's no option available out there. And 83% of them agreed that they would list onto the platform only if the entire process was smooth. So their main concern was that it would be too complicated to list out, it would be too complicated to do all of this. So based on what they said, we developed our marketplace MVP as of now. So we have a chat feature. We have flexibility in terms of they can talk to whoever they're leasing out their space to so that they feel more comfortable. We developed insurance with this because they felt it was a little bit risky. So we started looking for insurance options after talking to these businesses. So these are some of the pain points we found and how we address them.
Right. I'm actually asking about the other side.
Oh, okay.
Those that actually want to rent the space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
To parties who are actually looking to rent the space, the businesses we spoke to, their main pain point was that for storage solutions, they had to travel far. For long-term storage solutions that work, but for short-term storage solutions that they required, there was nothing within the vicinity, a comfortable space for them to store their products at. Even for hot desking or office spaces, some of them were just looking at hiring spaces for like a few hours that was right next to them. So businesses that are just starting out, that don't want to pay high costs in terms of rent, that need a space for, say, a few days a week, like just a few particular days a week and want to book it in advance, this is the concern they were facing.
Right. So from what I'm hearing, the biggest pain point that people have and how you plan to solve it is to have it near where they are. So it is not about a short-term storage of 3 months, 6 months. It is more about me needing to store somewhere near that's convenient for me to constantly access these things.
Correct. So locational convenience. And also, some of them had concerns about the other services that we would offer along with that. So that's how the value-added services we've been adding on to them, like the list of value-added services we provide.
I see. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why do you start with an app strategy? Is there a reason why app instead of building a marketplace on the web?
So we actually did start out. We have a marketplace, active marketplace, and I would love to show you what our current marketplace looks like in a video during the break because I had some technical difficulties. So we have actually a web marketplace, and then we're moving to an app.
Okay. Another question is, can you describe a use case of share use case so that it doesn't turn into, it's not a provider, it's very easy to turn into a provider versus user kind of value prop in the marketplace, right? How do you ensure that it's really like sharing, that means access, random inventory of space that existing businesses has?
I'm sorry, I'm not
so
sure.
rather than like a store hub, like advertising, putting a listing on your marketplace, right? It's really a business that has excess inventory.
Okay, so
maybe describe a use case. You have 3 customers, right? Who is the supplier? Who's the customer?
So the suppliers are all like small businesses who have listed onto our platform. They're not current. So based on what I understand of your question is, how do we ensure that our competitors don't list on our platform? Is it?
Why don't you describe a use case? Like, who is your existing supplier, and then that customer that rented from him, like, what is their needs?
Okay, exactly the names of the existing supplier and the customer, I'm not sure. Okay, just a discussion. So based on the needs, the existing suppliers, we have one transaction that we carried out across storage space, one across office space, and one across hot desking. So based on the needs, one was the value-added services for one of the transactions we carried out, was a value-added services that is they needed, for the storage space transaction, they needed goods moved from a warehouse that was an hour away to a more central location, which is where they were renting out the space. And they needed somebody to help offload the goods and also provide labeling services for the goods that were being stored. So that was all the value-added services that we provided to that client. That is the transportation, offloading, and the labeling services.
Okay, with that, thank you very much, Byleft.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can we have the next team, Crowd9, on stage?
Test, test. Test, test. Right. Imagine a world where anyone from any location can start a business. A world where capital drives innovation without the constraints of closed borders, regulations, or counterparty risk. Now, crowdfunding has emerged over the years to realize this vision. Crowdfunding is the idea that ordinary people like myself can contribute to extraordinary ideas. Crowdfunding over the past decade has funded more than $10 billion of projects, helping many people to realize their dreams. However, from experience, we find that the current model of crowdfunding is broken. You see, the very people that make crowdfunding possible, the contributors, they receive little to no benefits or protection from the platform that profits. Now, contributors provide financial support to creators in exchange for a future product or a utility. However, we all know that failure is extremely common, and at these platforms like Kickstarter or GoFundMe, they take zero responsibility apart from taking your fees. We also know that creators control all the power or the authority, and that leaves the contributors with no influence to affect the project decisions. As a result, that leaves these contributors empty-handed. They are very hesitant to support crowdfunding projects, and that also means that now creators have to fight even harder to gain the trust of these contributors, making it even tougher for them to fund their dreams. Enter Crowd9, the next generation blockchain-powered crowdfunding platform that aims to restore trust, transparency, and accountability. Now, Crowd9 allows anyone from any location to start their own crowdfunding campaign at lower fees and overall cost. Now, Crowd9 is also laser focused on protecting our contributors by implementing our own security mechanism using blockchain technology. Overall, we just want to promote equity and help align incentives between both creators and contributors. So here's how we do it. We intend to redesign the entire crowdfunding process. Now, traditionally, 100% of the funds will be released to the creators upon a successful campaign launch. However, in our proposed model, we intend to lock up some of the funds in our smart contracts, which can then be unlocked to the creator in the future. And here is where it gets interesting. The contributors can actually influence how much money can be made available to the creator. I'll give you an example. So a creator will come out to Crowd9 to start their own crowdfunding campaign through an initial NFT offering, also known as INO, and these NFTs will be distributed to all the contributors. And here's also how we make money. So Crowd9 will actually impose a 2.5% commissions on top of every successful campaign, which is much lower than a standard take rate of 5%. Afterwards, small part of the funds will actually go direct towards the project owner to actually bootstrap their their project, whereas the majority of the funds will be locked up in a smart contract using blockchain technology. And whenever the creator wants to withdraw the unlocked funds from the smart contract, we will impose another 1% fee. So this way we can create recurring revenue stream for our platform without relying too heavily on the volume for our projects. And last but not least, we intend to also implement a marketplace where contributors can actually exit their contribution so they can get their liquidity in case perhaps I lost confidence in this project or I'm not interested in this project anymore, I can exit my contribution. And that also means the creators can earn royalty fees on the NFT sales, which means additional funding for them to do their venture. So So here's how we exactly protect our contributors. So remember, the funds can be locked up in a smart contract, and the NFTs can be actually used by the contributors to actually influence how much money can be released to the creators. So if you notice, for the second arrow of the chart from the left, the second arrow, it represents the scenario where contributors decide to make the amount of funding lesser available to the creators. For example, this creator decides to miss one of the deadlines. Okay, we lose a bit of confidence, or reduce the amount of money. And if they finally decide that the creator is not developing on project anymore already, it's a scam, what they can do is they can switch off the money that is flowing to the creator and then propose a full refund. So that's how we exactly protect our contributors from a complete investment loss. So that aside, we all know that over the past few years, Kickstarter, GoFundMe gained popularity in recent years. But these platforms, they charge high fees, they're prone to centralization, they offer no protection. Likewise, in Web3, Binance, Bybit, KuCoin, they all have their launchpad, something like crowdfunding, but they also can't protect their contributors, and everyone is still susceptible to fraud, scams, rug pulls. From a bottom-up perspective, we look at our closest competitor, DAOmaker. So DAOmaker have actually a very successful run last year during the crypto bull market. They completed over 100 campaigns, raised over $14 million. But the same issue still persists, is that they can't protect their contributors. So Cloud9 is really the first mover in this industry to actually think about our contributors, those who have made crowdfunding possible. In terms of our market size, we position ourselves between both Web3 and traditional crowdfunding market. So we estimate about a serviceable addressable market of about 1.89 billion, and we target a realistic 5% of it as our attainable market by the end of 2027. Just another point to add on, despite the growing size of NFTs, where NFTs over the years have become an alternative way to crowdfund via peer-to-peer transactions, rug pulls and scams continue to plague the industry. Now, just last year alone, $2.8 billion worth of cryptocurrencies were stolen because of all these peer-to-peer transactions without a middleman like us to come and protect contributors. So that only strengthens Cloud9's value proposition. For competition, we stack ourselves against, like I said, Web2, Web3 crowdfunding platforms, and here is how we are better than them. First of all, we feature our flagship product, our contributors protection, using a governance system powered by blockchain technology. Next, we are also chain agnostic, meaning that because there are many different blockchains out there, we can easily expand to different blockchains to expand our market share. Next, we also want to extract the complexity of using blockchain, because we all know that using blockchain can be very complicated, so we aim to offer easy onboarding and great user experience for our customers. And last but not least, we offer the most competitive fees, only 2.5% commissions compared to the standard take rate of 5%. So we have a 4-step process to penetrate the market when we launch our product. First, we'll curate a list of interested project owners that want to launch their product on our platform through community channels and aggressive marketing on Twitter as well as on Discord. Next, we'll run an incentivized beta phase, whereby these early adopters can use our services at 0 commissions. Yeah, so for the beta phase, they will use it at 0 commissions. And then right after that, when we launch our product, we will launch all the campaigns together that we have already accumulated. Last but not least, we'll continue to forge partnerships with existing protocols within the blockchain for publicity purposes or any complementary services that can value add to both of us. In the future, we also intend to implement a few strategies to grow and expand our business. First and foremost, it will definitely be expand to other blockchains so we can get more market share. Next, remember about the locked funds that I mentioned earlier on. Now, we also intend to allow our creators to earn a yield on their locked funds, because we all know locked funds are just opportunity costs, being idle in a smart contract. So we can partner with a DeFi platform to allow them to earn a yield through money markets. Next, we can also integrate our services to existing exchanges like Binance and Bybit to improve their launchpad capabilities. Last but not least, we intend to also expand our product offerings, such as launching another crowdfunding platform solely dedicated to charity crowdfunding, which is different from our current focus of rewards-based crowdfunding. Without further ado, let me introduce my team. So our core team consists of 5 highly motivated individuals with relevant industry experience in blockchain. In order to validate our idea, we actually participated in 2 hackathons earlier this year and were awarded with the Applicable for Bybit prize, whereby we were recognized by Bybit, one of the leading cryptocurrency exchange in globally, as the best idea that can be integrated onto their platform. And of course, we came in champions in the recent annual Icon blockchain earlier this year. Oops. Right, so in terms of our progress, we are still currently at the MVP stage. So we started this year Q2. From Q3, we formed our core team. We started creating our first version of our smart contracts. We launched a landing page for lead generation. From now to the end of Q4 2022, we intend to ramp up our MVP development phase, our customer acquisition, as well as marketing. And finally, by the end of next year Q1, we intend to get our smart contracts audited before we launch officially on the Aptos blockchain. So just a rough estimate revenue projection. Like I said, when we launch our product, we intend to run a zero commissions fee model for the first half of next year, and then we apply a linear growth rate for the obtainable market over the next few years. And by the end of 2027, we expect to earn a full year revenue of 1.6 million. Cumulatively, we will help campaigns raised over 117 million, which is very close to our estimate of 94.5 million. So if you believe in our vision to change how crowdfunding works, please vote for us. Now, $30,000 will be used to hire 2 new smart contract developers to ramp up our development phase. $10,000 will be used towards hiring a growth marketer. And last but not least, the remaining $10,000 will be used to audit our smart contracts. So basically, smart contracts are just blockchain technology that is lines of codes that can execute transactions. So everything runs on smart contracts. And we want our users to be confident in us because exploits have been very frequent recently in blockchain. So we want to give that peace of mind to our customers. Yeah. And to end off, we don't see Crowd9 just as a platform to fund small micro entrepreneurs. We see Crowd9 really as a new paradigm of contribution. How we give power back to the contributors, those who have made crowdfunding possible. So all in all, we just want to help entrepreneurs and creators, contributors to confidently navigate crowdfunding. Join us. Thank you.
Hi, love the platform. I think it's what blockchain is there to solve for. I think, firstly, a couple of questions. Do you think 30,000 can hire a smart dev for how long? I don't think it will last 2 months.
Okay, I'll be very honest. So the market that we're looking at is either students or non-Singaporean smart contract developers. So we are roughly looking at paying them about less than 2,000 Sing dollars per month. So that can at least let us survive for the next half a year. Yeah, in terms of additional revenue, we are still trying to look for other opportunities elsewhere to get some money. Otherwise, most of the development is handled by my 4 other co-founders. And we actually have additional 2 more smart contract developers who are willing to join us. So, which means that we have to also dilute a little bit of equity. Because we are just students and we don't really have much funding. Yeah.
Right. What are you thinking about the first few projects that you'll kind of bring on board? And are you looking at more of your Kickstarter type of products, like physical products or services, or mainly like blockchain products?
Okay, so we are mainly looking within the Web3 area, so like blockchain type of products. Because in terms of real world assets, like for example, if I want to sell a bag on Crowd9, we haven't figured out a way how to deliver those bags. For example, if someone wants to remain their anonymity, they can't possibly reveal their address. So right now, we are still focusing on Web3-based crowdfunding. For example, like if someone wants to develop a game, then they can use Crowd9. If somebody wants to develop a community, they can use Crowd9. Yeah, but we are also looking to expand to where Kickstarter, GoFundMe are playing around the real-world assets crowdfunding.
I think that makes sense because you need to re-educate the consumers that are not on blockchain to kind of get them to use. And specific to this, is there a niche that you are targeting initially?
For the type of projects that's coming on the platform?
You spoke about games, community, and other projects, right? So
honestly, there isn't really a niche that we want to target. Essentially, what we want to do is to really help those who really have the potential to do whatever they want in Web3, because the possibilities in Web3 is limitless. You can create music, you can monetize it, you can create games. But what we are trying to do now is to really actively reach out to those people. So a challenge that we have is to really find where are all those people right now they are currently on. So for example, for crypto, usually the most popular platforms for crypto natives are Twitter, Discord, Reddit. So that's where we actually want to do all the dirty work of getting into them, penetrating them, asking them to come and join us. And how we do it is to really set up a call with them, 15 minutes, talk to them about the problems. Do they want to come onto Crowd9? Because even though your funds are being locked by our smart contracts, you're allowing the contributors to trust you because of us We are giving you that platform to leverage on us so that contributors can trust you. So that's really how we intend to get our customers.
Okay, more importantly, I'm thinking about the users, right? The creators of the project. How do you, given the stricter guidelines and all that, how do you create for the better, more investable projects?
How do we create for the more investable?
That means if the project is worth it, right? To go to market, you probably need a couple of really good ones that will provide enough returns, or So how do you attract this kind of projects, right, onto your platform, given the initial restrictions of partial funding? I got to pass through many goalposts before I get the full funding.
Okay. So of course, when we intend to launch our product, we will want the strongest possible projects to be on our platform so they can, kickstart our progress. So initially, what we'll do is when we source our potential project owners during the next quarter, or towards the end of next year, Q1, we want to have some sort of KYC-ish kind of things to actually evaluate what kind of projects are you bringing to us. So we're not allowing anyone, even though we technically allow anyone, but during that phase, we really want to select the best possible projects, those who have potential, those who are willing to KYC themselves. That means they don't want to be, as in they don't intend to be anonymous.
Yeah, but the question really is, why would they want you?
Okay, gotcha. So maybe to answer that, I would say in the last 2 years, with confidence, all NFT projects, after all we are still targeting the Web3 side, all NFT projects, also not all, maybe 99.9% of them, zero, right? So if I'll ask you to invest in an NFT project right now, how willing are you to do that now? So the trust has already been eroded in the industry already, and we believe that why the creators want to choose us is because we're able to provide them with this platform where they can use our product, where they know that there is this protection for contributors, so that they can gain the trust of contributors easily without having to prove so much that, hey, I won't scam you, I won't rug pull you. So I believe that's where our value proposition is really for the creators, is that because we have this protection, it somehow indirectly help them gain trust from the contributors.
I think that value add is for the contributors. Well, I think what she's kind of asking it's how do you attract the projects? Because if I'm the one that is creating, I will be, if you can give me all the money now, it'll be better, right? Why do I want to go through all these hoops, right? And that's why that's the value for users to kind of be on your platform. I think what we are trying to understand is what will make me want to be on yours.
Correct.
Right?
And then if I'm the substandard projects that like when one round already couldn't get any funding, I will come to your platform because the last
I can answer first then.
Vicious cycle.
Yeah, I mean of course this is a very tough thing to present to our creators. Like, yeah, lock your funds, you come crowdfund on my platform. I think ultimately we try to think of other value proposition for them. For example, even though you lock our funds with us, we are still helping you to earn some sort of yield. Apart from that, if our platform attracts more contributors because of us, this means that you have more market share or more contributors to actually capture. And apart from that, we also intend to implement other services that can add value to them. For example, a secondary marketplace, so they can earn royalties with the NFT sales, which means additional funding for them. Yeah, I will agree with the question that it's still quite hard to convince someone to lock your funds with us. Yeah. Plus, exploits and hacks are very frequent, so that's one thing, another consideration to take note of.
Okay, and then maybe now you facilitate this way, right? This direction, right? Where you fund the project and all that, right? How do you do it the other way? So, when it comes to returns, when it comes to exits or token offers, right? How do you give the money back to the contributors?
So the contributors, what we are currently doing now, we are currently focusing on Web3 crowdfunding, right? So whatever the project, for example, a game, if the person wants to create a game, what happened is because we are using blockchain, there are wallets that have special encryption numbers whereby if I own this wallet and if I have the NFT that proves that I contributed into that project, what will happen is that upon the end of the campaign, the creator will have some sort of another smart contract that will flow the benefits back to my wallet. For example, I can gain access to this exclusive game because I have that wallet. So essentially, it's about blockchain technology. Yeah, you don't really need to have, I don't need your address to ship you something. I mean, that's for real world assets, but in terms of Web3, all you need is a wallet. And with smart contracts, the life and blood of blockchain, the benefit, the utility can eventually flow into the contributor side. Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points. I think it's important to establish whether you want to be in a regulated space or unregulated space. The fact you say NFT, I presume the latter. But there are a couple of things, right, that you need to note, especially when you're holding funds, right? I think you're going to use an escrow agent because you don't have a license for that. If you're going to get a license for that, then it'll be cheaper. Use an escrow agent, you're not going to be 3.9%, you're going to be more expensive. So consider the cost of administering that governance as well. The second other comment I'd like to make is, I think just building on that point, right, I do think you need to focus on a certain segment to establish yourself as a credible platform for such opportunities. Then you'll be able to get investors to come onto your platform. Because ultimately, you said governance is a key thing, trust is most important. You need to curate those opportunities as well. And you can't say we want to do it for everything. So you need to start from somewhere and say these are like top 5 best projects and we stand by that, right? And then people have the confidence and then they'll come on your platform and then you do all those things on governance. But I also do think you need to think around how are you going to sustain governance, right? That involves a lot of reporting, that involves a lot of communication between the issuers and also your investors, and you have to enforce that. And there are disputes, you also have to think around how you resolve disputes. So all these things, I think, eventually you'll get to that point. I tried to build this business 7 years ago, and we still can't crack it. So I'm happy that, you know, guys like yourselves are trying to crack it.
Gotcha. We do have, we did think of all these use cases also in terms of the communication, setting up the community, how you're going to constantly interact with your investors and also your project owners. So all these things are actually not in consideration, but in our roadmap into providing a more inclusive and interactive platform. It could be like providing a channels for them to interact among each other. But yeah, those are very valid points that will need to be counted when we decided to launch our platform. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, team. Sorry,
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Crowd9. So next we have Relief Food. Yeah.
One of the best, man.
Thanks.
Test.
Okay, hi. I'm Sunway.
And I'm Liang.
And together we are Really Food. 2 young Singaporeans crazy enough to start a business as their first job. Apart from loving Asian foods and Asian cuisines, we are also mindful of the environment because it's extremely difficult to enjoy the beautiful Singapore hawker culture when it's 40 degrees outside, right? So, in our strides to eat sustainably, we've uncovered 3 different problems. Eating clean is not available, it doesn't taste as good, and it's quite expensive. No one would go to a hawker center to pay $10 to $12 for a tofu dish from that one vegetarian store that doesn't even taste as good as, you know, your laksas or your bak kut tehs or your Hainanese curry rices. In this, our vision is to allow people to enjoy Asian cuisines whilst being mindful of the future and the future of our loved ones. Introducing our product, Really Xiao Long Bao. So this is a plant-based vegan Xiao Long Bao that we have co-created with a Michelin star chef that is made to tantalize the taste buds of all Singaporeans, not just vegans. Our Xiao Long Bao comes in 3 amazing flavors. First, the original Xiao Long Bao flavor, which is the pork flavor, or the vegan pork flavor. The laksa flavor and the bak kut teh flavor. Traditional Singaporean flavors. We've done a small consumer test of about 500 people, some of which were free consumer tests in focus groups, and some of which were when we initially sold our products for a small sum. Within these 500 packs, the conclusion was that people loved it. 90% said that our xiao long baos taste better than what they can find in regular meat-based xiao long bao restaurants, such as your favorite Din Tai Fongs and others, right? And 70% also mentioned that they wanted more convenient ways to consume plant-based products like frozen xiao long baos. Our product is lean and it's green. Our product has pretty much the same protein content as pork. It has the same amount of fat and it has 0 cholesterol. Apart from this, soy protein also has extremely high protein absorptivity, which means you absorb more protein per gram in soy as compared to pork. And protein also has, and soy protein also has a full amino acid profile when compared to traditional animal-based proteins. Our product also features great flavor, completely vegan meat base, and it's easy to cook and steams within 8 to 10 minutes. Our product is also green in the sense that we consume or we produce 6 times less greenhouse gases as compared to our meat-based products. And we use much less water as compared to pork, which requires 6,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilogram of pork. Currently, we are manufacturing our xiao long baos within a local factory. We are able to produce 4,000 pieces per hour, and this factory also allows us to branch out from xiao long baos into your mainstream traditional dim sum products such as gyozas, jiaozhis, and others. So now we have the product, but we need to go to market. We are planning to go to market with 2 of our strategies, the first being really captivating. We want to captivate our audience by putting our product right in front of them and educating them on how this product can be good and good for you. We first established our product by collaborating with chefs and high-end restaurants to showcase our products to key opinion leaders. We then will be at these restaurants to meet, greet, and educate our consumers on what our product really is and what it can do for both our consumers and the environment. We also plan to form a community via different social media platforms and meet and greet sessions. And also, we will push influencing the wider audience with user-generated content from our community. So we have already started on this really captivating strategy by collaborating with Analog Initiative, a bar right here in City Hall at Chimes, which focuses on plant-based foods for sustainability and the future. Currently, we are planned to be on the menu in end of October as part of a dish called xiao long bao consommé. We are also linked up with Love Handle, one of the leading vegan restaurants in Singapore. We will be launching in their online store end of October as well. So our next initiative is really empowering, which I will let Liang explain.
Okay, so for the next strategy, we call it really empowering. So this can be split roughly into 2 segments. On the left, you see that we want to steadily increase supply and to bring these products to be more mass market and available for more people in order to consume. And at the same time, reduce production costs by scaling our manufacturing processes. And on the right, we want our products to be readily available to every single consumer who wants it. Therefore, we seek to enter the market through reaching consumers via hawkers. So a lot of plant-based products today, like what you eat, it's very expensive and can only be found in restaurants. So we want to disrupt that and make it easy and accessible to everyone who are looking out for such products. End of the day, our goal is to be in places like Sheng Siong and NTUC, your big supermarkets. So from our interviews with various people who came down for our focus group and taste test, we found out that our rough target consumer is someone like Alice. So Alice is basically a 32-year-old female who can be considered a flexitarian and has been working for a few years after graduation. However, she is living with her parents, has no children and helpers, and therefore focuses very heavily on convenience in getting her food. So, to target people like her, we hope that our product is sustainable and healthy, which is what they look out for. They're able to consume from the convenience of their homes and also easily available for them to get it from their nearby supermarkets. So this is a snapshot of the entire industry with some major competitors over here, both including our direct and indirect competitors as well. Zooming in a little closer on our close competitors, you can see that we actually excel better than them in the terms of flavors, focus, and price. Finally, if we were to niche down to our main competitors who do plant-based dim sum and plant-based xiao long bao, right now there are none in the market. So we are first in the market to come out with vegan, individually quick frozen xiao long baos that's expertly formulated for nutrition, flavor, and health. On top of that, we have very fast time to cook, basically 8 minutes directly from your freezer. And we also have consumer packaged good application, which we are currently doing up right now. So financial projections. Initially, we started hand making it. So I would actually hand make the baos myself. I learned it from a chef. And then basically it was highly cost intensive, very time consuming, and it's not scalable at all. So right now we already have a factory that we're working with in order to increase and scale production and to bring costs lower. Therefore, we estimate that we're able to reach more consumers, have a stable supply, and also break even in 2023. And from then on, it will be profit making. So global dumping sales has been growing at 8.2% CAGR per annum, and is estimated to hit $10 billion by 2027, of which Southeast Asia accounts for 50% of the total market. So we at Really Food hope to achieve $500,000 of sales in the coming 4 years, with our future profit centers being B2C, retail, and bulk sales. So these are some startup highlights of how we have progressed from starting from a food competition all the way to testing different dough colors as well, all natural of course, and having consumer tests, factory manufacturing, and up to today, ready and able to go to market. So the timeline, rough timeline, we found factory for mass production. We've already entered 2 restaurants as previously mentioned by Sunway. We plan to go into more restaurants this month, doing up packaging right now with suppliers. And of course, come November, we'll be working with Nestle to R&D a new product category that will be coming out, and then fundraising in Jan. So this is the team consisting of 2 of us and our advisors, basically Michelin chef Jay, and also we're working with the American MNC ADM to come up with the new iterations of plant-based products. Yep, thank you.
Hi. Yes, I've already tried a lot of your competitors. I'm surprised Impossible is not on top. Love them. I love OmniFood as well. Thanks for being one of the first team that has a very clearly defined target audience. I think that sets you in that hit space that you are trying to understand. I'm trying to know, how did you realize that this is the target audience, or what was your assumptions before you came up with that?
Okay, so basically for us, we had a number of assumptions that we wanted to test. So how we actually tested it out was that once we had our product that was ready and basically it's safe for consumption, we decided to do an outreach whereby we did a Telegram blast, whereby within 24 hours of the Telegram post, anyone in the vegan community Telegram group that saw this post and wanted to or were willing to support us by purchasing the xiao long baos, they could. And then from the orders that we collected, we actually went to deliver these products personally to their house. Suffice to say, all the buyers of these products were actually the ones who were at home to collect it, because we did text them, oh, we're coming in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, etc. And at the door itself, I actually did ask them a few questions to test our assumptions and also to get feedback and also to have a little peek in their houses of what their living conditions were like. So that's how we came out with our customer profile.
Right. Love the hustle. I think that's the initial part of getting to know your customers. It's critical. I see that a large part of your direction has been working with B2B, and you want to enter the supermarkets, right? That's the dream of all snack and food companies without knowing what a monster that journey is. Do you understand about the whole supermarkets industry and what are the margins that you're looking at by entering?
So, I would say, to be honest, we know that there will be very high upfront costs to get in, and of course they will try to force you to do advertising, and shelf spacing will also be a variance in the kind of factors of costing. Plus, from people we have spoke to, it seems like payment terms are around 90 to 120 days. So being able to survive like the initial bulk of products that you actually do send to them and waiting for payment for like half a year will be a major consideration. But overall, from the people we have spoke to who managed to tide over this period, sales has been very, very consistent, and marketing from an end doesn't seem to be too heavy.
Right.
Once consumers are aware of your product and start to constantly purchase.
Right. Cold chain is probably one of the problems, but I think you got a good grasp about what you are about to enter. One possible way that you guys might want to think about is to target your DTC route first, so that at least you have a certain pool and it makes it convenient for them to purchase. It's less expensive to test, and dealing with that supply chain at this scale may or may not be something that you want to focus on. Yeah, but that's my take. Yeah.
Cool. We invested in a plant-based company food that value add is taste also. One of the hardest thing is the targeting, right? Because although you have identified your persona, but like going for really high-end restaurant and being adjacent to their menu to a supermarket and all that, this is two very different business. And it is not a business where you go to market with this and you develop into this. It's usually either or, right? It's usually a choice. So what do you think ultimately, right, you will be like? Are you a ingredient to F&B, a side menu? Or are you a convenience food option?
So ultimately, we are going to go for the convenience food options. So as we have mentioned, the route to go B2B is really, the goal for that is really to captivate the audience rather than to push the sales numbers. We are exploring that pathway as a means to the end of frozen food supplies in NTUCs and hawker centers. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe the testing of the audience is the audience. You might want to think whether the audience that eat at high-end restaurant and food restaurants is the same audience that is going to walk past a frozen refrigerator in NTUC or Sheng Siong and buy that package, right? Are you testing on the right audience? In terms of prices, how do you compare? Like frozen food, vegan choices in the store, in the fridge?
Okay, so thank you for your question. So in terms of pricing right now, we estimate that our product, if we were to come out in supermarkets, it will be relatively much cheaper than what other competitors are offering right now.
Really? Why?
So reason being is because if we were to go to supermarkets, we don't plan to excessively charge a very high price for just the fact that we are vegan or we are a new food option out there. So unlike Impossible that sets quite high prices for their vegan products in supermarkets, for us, because we are not necessarily a company that makes our ingredients, at least formulates our own ingredients right up from the get-go. So we don't have like the IP patents for that. Therefore, because we are combining various raw materials in order to come out using factory production, cost is much lower. And at the same time, if we were to be in supermarkets, the typical one bag of frozen xiaolongbaos, it's around $8 to $12 for a bag of like 40 or approximately 500 grams. Therefore, if we were to, we definitely will sell at a slight premium, but not as high as what you see in terms of what Impossible is charging for their food products.
Cool. Understand that Singapore is a test market, right? What is the next market that you're going after? if Singapore is very successful?
Yeah, so you're right that Singapore is just a test market to us. Honestly, Singapore as a market is too small in terms of scale, but it's good for publicity. So Singapore to us will just be a market for us to get the word out that, hey, we are the first in the market to do plant-based xiao long baos. We're the best plant-based xiao long bao. Then afterwards, we are currently looking across the causeway at around Malaysia, also in China, and also in Thailand. Of course, these would be safer bets because it's regional, but we also do have someone who is interested potentially to help us branch out our products into the USA. Yeah, she is a chef who is very well known and has helped many plant-based companies launch in USA.
Yeah, just a quick one. I like the branding's on point. We thought your Chinese name was pretty deep as well, but I'm just thinking around the roles and responsibilities of the team, right? So at the stage you're at, what are you really focusing on? Is it marketing? Is it product, right? Is it growth, right, into new markets? What's most important for you guys in the next 6 months?
So within the next 6 months, we plan to sort out a couple things. So number one is sales. Right now we have a fully fledged product, but we are still trying to make a few more products, but that's further down the line. Currently, we are working on sales, business development, and growth. So we plan to really edge on the B2B business right now, as well as maybe further down the line in 3 months, we want to start pushing out the next new products other than xiao long bao, such as gyozas, siumais, and other dim sum products.
Okay, so the focus will always be dim sum. So really what you're focused on in terms of your product focus, right, with dim sum and then the different variants of dim sum. Is that how you're thinking around it? Or you plan to go into other sort of silos as well in terms of food?
I think the point of concern here is that we are open to any Singaporean or Asian cuisine in general, but within the next 3 to 6 months, it is very easy for us to leverage on the factory that we already have that produces dim sum. So we can quite seamlessly go into that, reusing the same ingredients and formulations for the xiao long bao. So we can kick that out really, really fast, I think.
Sorry, thanks so much, Really Food. We'll have a break right now until about, actually the next pitch will start at 3:20 sharp. So please be back by then. Thank you. The next.
today. The next startup we're having is Wrap. Thank you.
Hello, hi, very good afternoon, everyone here. Judges, my name is Guang Xin. Together with me here, we have Vicky. So we have Wrap. So what we do is that we create delicious, sustainable, and guilt-free, and it's the world's first plant-based crab meat. So as I'm pretty sure the other startup already presented plant-based, you're no stranger to the plant-based world. So I'll hand over the time to Vicky to share a little bit more about Wrap. Vicky, please.
Yeah, hi. So I'm another co-founder of Wrap. So the problem you see here these days when you look at supermarkets right now, you often see the formats of like nuggets, patties, and sausages. And as an Asian myself, consuming and having such products every day is like personally not very sustainable. And as mentioned, so these are substitutes of pork, chicken, and beef. And often there's actually a lack of like plant-based seafood products out there. So as you can see, so with Wrap, we actually want to penetrate the market through the vegan, vegetarian market, alongside with the market of people with seafood allergies as well. And of course, because of the booming seafood market, currently our first product is crab, but eventually, because we want to have a product line of different crustaceans, such as lobsters and clams, we are definitely, and that's why we want to enter the seafood market as well. So this is a brief summary of our competitor analysis. So Wrap, we actually want to target the premium market, actually setting a premium price point, and how we want to set ourselves apart from the various brands out there, like the plant-based seafood brands and so forth, self-cultivated and fermented companies out there, is that we want our product to be highly customizable. Because for plant-based seafood right now, they are usually like ready-to-eat meals are their end product, which often lacks customizability. So this is our first product at the moment. So this is a 1 kg frozen block of plant-based minced crab meat made up of yellow pea protein. So we actually have this format in the textured vegetable protein format, and then actually undergo our in-house processing to actually create a texture that actually mimics real crab minced. Followed by, we actually partner closely with flavor houses to actually customize our flavoring so that it actually tastes exactly like crab. And it being plant-based will suggest that the first benefit and the main benefit will be that it actually lacks in, it's actually very low in cholesterol. So our product is actually an ingredient, and that's why it's highly versatile, enabling like consumers, chefs to actually do whatever kind of dishes and across different cuisines as well. And definitely our product is made so that it's applicable to all cooking methods as well. So these are some of the various applications of Wrap, our crab meat. So you can see you can do the fried format, the pan-fried, raw into a simple salad. And I'd like to bring attention to the bottom right corner, which is actually, like for Chinese, right? During Chinese New Year, we often have this delicacy of like, shark fin soup. So this is like a vegan take of that, where we actually incorporated our crab meat into our product. And you actually realize that the texture holds, the flavor actually also remains, and it's actually very successful in terms of different cooking applications. And definitely, as you can see here, comparing our Wrap with traditional crab, there's definitely huge cost savings as well. And considering the fact that it tastes similar to crab, the texture is similar like crab, it's only natural for consumers, restaurants to actually purchase a product. So as for our sales channel, we actually like to tackle B2B first through food services and restaurants group. And actually at the moment, we actually have launched our product through the Feed 9 Billion Singapore Restaurant Week. We're actually catering to a couple of restaurants. So as we garner more traction along the way, definitely we like to tackle the B2C in the format of like ready-to-cook meals and frozen, and also ready-to-eat meals to supermarkets and convenience stores as well. So at this moment, we have completed all our R&D, various testings, and we actually launched our product through the Feed 9 Billion Restaurant Week. So we are continuously actually reaching out to restaurants, distributors to actually sell our product as well. So I myself actually focus more on the food development. Then Derek, which have a chemistry background, actually focus the technical aspects of our product in terms of like the flavoring and the protein. And Guangxin, having prior experience in various startups, naturally he actually handle the business side of things. So as you can see here, all three of us have a very, very background that actually contributes to RAP. And these are some of the media coverage that we are very grateful to be featured on. And definitely, there's only so much I can say to actually tell you whether or not wrap actually tastes like real crab. So we definitely like to have the opportunity to actually come to actually give you a simple tasting session, because we want you to taste it for yourself. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, so any panelists have any questions for us?
Yep. Thanks very much for our presentation. I have, maybe just to kickstart this, I have a fun question for you guys before I go into the second one. The first one is, among the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, right? Which one is your favorite among the founders? Yes. My personal favorite is number 4, quality education. But if you guys have any discussion in the past, please let us know. The second one is, why crab meat? Yes, among all the other seafoods itself. Yes, is there reasons why you guys came up? Because crab is expensive or available? Yeah, there are also other kind of meats as well. Yes, thanks.
Thanks, everyone. I think the first question is a really fun one, but really difficult one for us because, for us, although we are doing a sustainable space, but what we do is that we want to focus not just being sustainable for the environment, but also sustainable on our diet. So that's like the center of what we try to do over here. Because what we see that, as Vicky mentioned, we see a lot of products out there, and a lot of them are more catered for Western markets. For example, burgers, we have sausages. So for us, we want to create something not just sustainable for the environment, but also for our diets that can fit in well to us in order to be sustainable as a whole. Yeah, as for your second question, you're talking about why we choose crab meat. Honestly, that was like by a coincidence. We started out with crab meat. It tasted great. So we started off with the same challenge as the other team together with ADM. So we started with crab meat, and it turned out to be a great product. And also it fits in well into, say, cost perspective in a sense, because, when we talk about chicken, the actual chicken cost as of current compared to the plant-based chicken, maybe the plant-based one is more expensive. So if it's more expensive, it doesn't really make sense for the consumers to do an immediate switch, even if it tastes the same. So I think it's very, very fortunate to be at the price point where it makes a lot of sense to be commercialized, and it's actually cheaper than the actual product. I hope that answers the question, Edward.
Yes. The reason why I asked this is I'm a crab meat lover, so that's the reason why I asked. So the following up question on this is, given the crab meats market is really only a subset across all the other meats. Yes. What are your thoughts on how you're going to be delivering this out to the markets, your target markets?
Sorry, just to clarify about target market in the sense that in which geographical region or which distribution channel?
So how do you intend to sell your products?
Right. In terms of distribution channel-wise, as Vicky mentioned, we are going B2B. Reason being, we are going B2B first. We want the restaurant, the chefs, which have culinary knowledge to create a product that's so appealing to customers, so that when we launch it to supermarkets, when consumers buy it in a frozen block, a customized frozen block, they know what to do with it. They can create dishes on their own, so they can actually taste it at the restaurants first. Yeah. So that's the reason why we are going B2B, which So in terms of geographical region-wise, our product, we're currently launching in Singapore. We are also launching it, we are intending to launch it via distributors, which has Southeast Asian presence. So we are talking a couple of them, mostly Southeast Asia and also North Asia, Japan, which is a huge market for seafood itself, especially like crab. Yeah, so these are some of the plans, and we are talking to a couple of them to expand this further. So by going by the distribution route, in terms of cost-wise, it's slightly costly because high margins, cold chain. But because we don't have to open our own logistics centers, they really have existing infrastructure. It's faster and easier to scale in terms of that. Yeah, hope that answers your question, Edward. Thanks. Thank you. Any other judges have any questions for us?
Perhaps a quick one from my side, right? One of the first vegan-based food that has a good price point. I like that. What is your main value prop to your B2B customers? Is it the fact that you're vegan or the fact that you're a cheaper replacement alternative for the real thing?
I think thanks for the question. Yeah, so I think the value prop for them, if it replicates exactly the same taste and texture itself, and it costs cheaper, and it's a story that we usually, so what we want to do, we focus on marketing, branding. We want to sell this story also to our consumers. So I think a lot of things, we do it not just B2B, but also the end consumers, the one that's purchasing the crab meat, the crab dish itself. When we tell them our product has very low cholesterol, I think that's something that's a lot of people are more concerned about, health conscious. Yeah, so in terms of that, I think for them it makes a lot of sense to roll it out to the consumers if it sells. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Hi. Can I understand a little bit more about your B2B strategy, since I'm assuming that's what you are going to be obsessed about for the next 3 to 6 months?
Right.
From what I'm hearing, you are going to be targeting restaurants and working with chefs directly to create recipes for their restaurants.
Joshua. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that's something that we are doing in the interim. But what we really want to focus on, we want to go fast. We want to go via distributors because of this cold chain thing. We realize that if we have direct to restaurants itself, we will need to maintain a lot of high capital expenditure and operating expenditure. Given that the sales volume is so low, it doesn't really make a lot of feasible sense also. So essentially what we're doing, we want to focus on distributors which have existing relationships with the restaurants. So they really have existing relationships, so we launch it to them. They can blast out to 100 of their restaurants, maybe even regional. Yeah, so that's something that we are focusing on to roll it out to them. But of course, the margins there, they take a very high percentage because of the cold chain, but we want to get the brand out there, make people know the brand, then we can sell it ourselves in the future.
Right, and I'm assuming you are expecting the distributor to be educating their customers on why they need to be exploring this plant-based option?
I think a lot of restaurants, they are starting to get a lot of feedback from vegans, vegetarians, having this demand over there. So mostly for now, products out there, they have pork, they have beef. They really want this product. So restaurants are really looking for several kinds of products. So what sets us apart is that we have a product that's different, which is seafood, which is very new in the market. And honestly, in terms of R&D, it takes quite a long time for us. I think we took around a year and a half to actually R&D our whole product.
I see. So your belief now is that the market is already looking for alternatives. They want to cater more to the vegan community, and the fastest way for you to reach more people is to go through distributors.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Just want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is the biggest challenge in the plant-based food industry right now?
I think in the plant-based food industry, for us, we are all betting not just for the current, we are betting 10 years ahead. We want to bet for the future where one day that really there isn't sufficient, meat, chicken, you have not enough fishes in the... so I think as part of Singapore SFA's goal, to reach 30% of our nutrition needs by 2030. So I think a lot of things that we are doing over here is to have additional and excess source, an alternative source. So we want to supplement traditional protein sources, but we are an alternative source to actually reach that supply in order to feed 9 billion by 2030. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You mentioned one of the key areas of focus for yourselves is marketing and storytelling, and I'm just trying to ask a question here about your brand, right? Is it just going to be crabs? And if that's the case, then obviously that's fine. But if you have a bigger mission, a bigger goal, a bigger story that you want to tell, then maybe this is probably a subset of what you want to call yourselves, right? So just want to hear your thoughts around that.
Yeah, I think we had that question all along because we started off with crab, then we call ourselves wrap, right? Very obvious vegan crab. Yeah, so I think we have that question a lot. And we always constantly ask ourselves what we really want to be, but we want to be like a seafood company. But so for us, next time the product will be just like wrap. Then we have extension. Like for example, we are developing lobster in the meanwhile, which has even more premium point. Yeah, so maybe we can call that something else under another separate brand.
And I guess if you want to be a seafood company, right? What do you think are the areas that you'll need to cover in terms of building the right capabilities to get to that point? Is it just people? Is it R&D? What do you think are your biggest needs?
I think at this point of time, we want what we are building it on is actually the branding itself. But one of the biggest needs that we need actually to be an actual say really seafood is that we need more R&D. So what we do, we want to lean on the strength of giants, big companies out there that already have capable R&D capabilities to produce that. So maybe I can bring you to. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I can because now what we are doing is that we are doing a phase 1 of our product. If you see over here, it's a minced. It's a minced meat format. So actually what we're doing in the interim, we want to create something that slightly has more fibrous kind of texture, something that you can imagine having a steamboat party or shabu shabu party and using that just on its own to actually eat it. Yeah, so that's something that we are currently doing, and we are leaning on the strength of giants to R&D that.
Okay, got it. So you basically take their R&D, what makes sense to you, integrate it within your brand portfolio, and then roll it out to your existing channels. So, but that will be a next step kind of thing, right? Now you're focused on building your brand.
Yes, that's right. And we will launch on separate levels. We launched that product to premium
extremely
market.
sensible. Extremely sensible.
One last question from my side. How do you protect your product? Right now it's still white space, good market and all that, right? Do you have any patents or any way to protect the bigger players from coming in and manufacturing this at scale when it's successful?
Yeah, frankly speaking, at this point of time, it's really just a recipe in the in the F&B world. A lot of things are very loosely protected, so it's just a trade secret. So what we want to do, we want to be the first to market, be the first one there, launch. People know the brand, then we build on existing like patents or on some food technologies. Yeah. Thanks, Ini, for the question.
Last comment. I think one of your biggest market, if you are ever going to the consumer space, is the ones with the seafood allergies. I think that is a huge market that if you focus your marketing on, you will be able to scale relatively fast in the industry.
Yeah, thanks, Joshua, for the feedback. I think maybe just to share a little bit more, that's something that we tested out with, when people with seafood allergies, they try our product, they'll be like, wow, there's a product like that out there. So if not, I would have rashes when I eat actual seafood, but when I eat a product that isn't, it's amazing. Can you launch it sooner, faster to us? Yeah, so that's some of the feedback we got also. Yeah, I think if that's all, thanks judges for your time and listening to us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Reb, and thank you, judges, for the questions. So the next team we have is Pomona.
Testing. Okay. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Nicole, and with Kame, Kingsley, and Junrong, we are the founders of Pomona, a gamified agricultural platform that promotes citizen participation in food security through short-term investment in local urban farming produce. Year 2022 has been the hottest year on our calendar. I'd like to ask the floor, did you feel the heat? I sure did. And I believe we all know that climate change has its repercussions on our land. But over the years, how serious has it become? Here's an unsettling statistic. 1/3 of Earth's area is degraded and already unfit to grow crops. What this means is it puts stress on traditional farms. On one hand, traditional farmers are producing less food, and on the other, we're met with a persistent increase in our global population, estimating to hit 9.7 billion people in 2050. That's huge, and it puts strain on our global food resource. Well, one solution is urban farming. But even this wonderful solution comes with challenges. There are high operational costs and cyclical risk, the lack of direct financing options in the market for urban farms, and poor consumer touch points. And this results in poor adoption in urban farming in our agricultural industry. So to solve this problem and to help build a sustainable future, Pomona allows people like you and I to sponsor a vegetable's entire agricultural cycle. And when these vegetables are sold, consumers can be rewarded from its profit margin. During this whole process, our consumers are able to track their vegetables' life cycle through IoT integration in farms, and this gives them transparency. Moving on, looking at our market size, our compound annual growth rate is at 25.9%. And in 2029, our total addressable market is at around $21 billion, with our served available market at $5.4 billion, and our share of the market at $540 million. We believe our business plan would first start in Singapore, then scale overseas into the ASEAN market, and then worldwide.
Based on our market validation from respondents across a variety of industries, we could see that their behavior is in line with our solution. So our platform requires minimal effort on the consumer's end, and yet it can help meet Singapore's 30 by 30 food security target. As we are creating a new market category, there are currently no direct competitors, except for existing products with similar operating mechanisms. So for instance, idle games and agriculture ETFs, they appeal to similar interests in our users, such as the expectation of returns when investing, or even gratification from perceived progression in games. So you might be wondering, why now? Well, as the world population grows, there is a growing need for food to be sourced locally to attain food security. And as environmental degradation is expected to worsen in the next 30 years, more land will be unsuitable for high-yield agriculture production. Hence, we need a new generation of agriculture that's necessary to promote food sustainability. And urban farming is the key to that. As the industry size grows, we need to redefine how we finance agriculture, and Pomona does exactly just that. So let's take a look at how users interact with Pomona. So we begin with the trays of produce in our vertical farms, which are basically tied to unique identifiers that will be used in the creation of digital tokens on our platform. After that, users will then purchase these agricultural assets, which will then be stored in this virtual nursery, where users can actually view to track its growth in real time. So the revenue generated from the sales will be used to offset the operational costs associated with the agricultural life cycle. So once the farmers harvest and sells the produce to businesses such as grocers, the digital tokens will then be destroyed, and the returns will be divided among the stakeholders. So you can see users not only receive returns, but they also contribute to local sustainability efforts. So while there's a lot of background processes involved in making things work, users fundamentally have three main tasks on our platform: to buy, to grow, and to sell. While we aim to introduce more gamification features on our platform, we ultimately want to create a digital ecosystem that encompasses the idea of local community and social impact with the strategy of long-term user retention.
As for our business model, we are looking at three different kinds of transaction medium: B2B, B2C, and D2C. As for D2C, we're expecting consumers to directly purchase from our community marketplace once it's released down further in the map. Our business model is designed in such a way that regardless of the transaction medium, we're expecting a 30% profit margin from each of the sale. We are primarily looking at the young adults of the millennials and Gen Z categories, as we hope to maximize the outreach first before funneling into interest generation. We believe that this target demographic will be our key early adopters of our product, as seen in their interest in the growing sustainability movement. As part of our diversification model, we hope to onboard more small urban farms onto Pomona and connect with them via a more conventional way as how we got our agriculture advisor. Let me introduce the team behind Pomona. We are a group of Year 3 Computer Science students from SMU and specialize in AI with expertise in finance, operations, and entrepreneurship. Most of us come from a background of a web and software development venture, and we are confident that given the help of our agriculture advisor, we are able to create an impact startup within the local agriculture industry. Let me share with you more about the partners that we have met along the way. Firstly, Google Cloud, where we joined and clinched first place in their Google Cloud Startup Hackathon, and we were able to gain mentorship sessions with their engineers. Following up, Urban Green Dot, where we were able to gain strategy insights of the local agriculture industry and the consumer behavior. Finally, SMU IIE, where we were privileged to join the BIG incubation program and gain support and opportunities to further develop our idea.
That's right. We're actually very excited to work with our partners in this journey to create positive impact through food security and agricultural sustainability. So we're currently in the first phase where we're building our MVP, and at the end of this year, we'll be working with the partner farms for a closed alpha pilot program for additional market validation as well as product refinement. So in May 2023, we're looking at scaling even further by having more partner farms get onboarded onto our program to do an open beta pilot program. So in this phase, we are also looking at introducing things like giving platform users the ability to claim agricultural produce on our platform directly for personal use, of course, at a competitive wholesale rate. So finally, in 2024, Pomona will officially launch with additional features like your virtual marketplaces for produce exchange, as well as real-time growth tracking through IoT integration. So in terms of financial projections, we realistically expect to make marginal returns in the first few years of operations, and that's because our main plan would be to consolidate partnerships within the growing urban farming industry. Then in 2026, we will transition towards a ownership-partnership hybrid model where we own our own urban farms as well. So this is where we start to create a lot of value, which is only realized in 2027 as we expand our in-house production as well as regional partnerships. So when it comes to the use of funds, we're keen to spend 20% of the $50,000 possible cash flow in technology, mainly because we believe that it's key to our success. So we are looking at hiring graphic designers to do up web asset creations, as well as to hire cybersecurity consulting companies to provide vulnerability assessments on our platform before open beta, mainly because we are dealing with finances here. So another $20,000 will go to the pilot program itself. So obviously a small part goes to legal fees as we draft up partnership agreements, but the majority of that sum will go to our initial customer onboarding costs. So things like merch, things like discounts. These are just some examples of costs that we foresee. And last but not least, for the remaining $20,000, it will go to marketing. And we are focusing mainly on brand awareness. And that's because we believe that our value proposition is unique enough to draw and funnel users into our platform once they learn about our brand and what we do. So we've come to the end of our pitch, but if you'd like to know more about us, feel free to scan the QR code to read from Google Cloud themselves on their blog about our motivations behind Pomona and how we plan to change the way agriculture industry is financed. And with that, thank you for your kind attention, and we hope that you will join us in our mission to bring in culture for agriculture. Thank you.
Wow, very ambitious, you So let me see whether I get this correct. First of all, you want to operate and be agriculture operators yourself of vertical farms. Then you want to be a gamified platform where you develop games to using tokens to fund your farms and other people's farms. And then you want to be a marketplace to sell the produce for your fund. So this is three very, very, very different businesses with different stakeholders that is very big. Where do you start? Or maybe the easier question is, if I ask you to describe your business in one sentence, how do you do it?
So Pomona is a agricultural financing platform that is gamified, and the goal for us is really to bring in a culture for agriculture and get the people to be the one that finance agriculture.
Okay, then why be operator of your own farm and be a marketplace then?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So obviously at the start, when we start, we are looking at spending as little capital as possible. And as we all know, Singapore electricity costs, manpower costs terribly high. So we are trying to leverage on partnerships with other vertical farms, especially small vertical farm startups in Singapore, to validate our model so that when we do go all into this idea, we already have partners within the industry. And more so, when we go in, we already have, we are able to get additional investments that are of rather substantial amount because we have already have like ample validation. So if you look back at the roadmap, you see that for the first year or two, we are really just doing a partnership-centric kind of model. But if in our financial projections, you'll see that in 2026, we try to make a transition towards owning our own urban farms. So we think that that's the right move because definitely when you remove one stakeholder from the whole equation, your margins will increase. So that's also why in our financial projections, the first 3 or 4 years, we have marginal returns.
Okay, then the second question is, who is the user of these games? That use tokens, I buy my seed, I grow my farm, who are your funders?
So our target audience mainly are millennials and Gen Z, so people of our age, and that's the market that we are also in and we know. So we want to encourage people of our generation to invest more in food sustainability, and we believe in the future these people will be the one who's driving this market.
Yeah, just a question and just really thinking out of the box for you guys, right? Because obviously if you are just limited to the urban farms and it's just really around Singapore, then honestly, you don't have control, right? And again, that market is small for all the reasons that you mentioned in terms of operating expenditures, shortage of land, et cetera, et cetera. Why just urban farming? Why not just think farming in general? Why not think rural farming? Why not focus on large markets like Indonesia? If you're a financing platform, there are a lot of farm-to-table businesses in Indonesia that run like in tens and even hundreds of millions in GMV that need financing for farmers. Why don't you just plug in?
That's an excellent question. So the reason why we started with urban farms is because we're more familiar with this space, especially locally. But we definitely have plans to expand regionally as seen in our roadmap. And even now, we actually have people all around the world reaching out to some of us here to ask if they can be on board and part of this process. So maybe Nicole, you can share about this person from Nigeria who actually reached out regarding our platform.
Yeah, so I met him from this social entrepreneurship competition, and it's like between like people from Shanghai and Singapore. And this guy, he went to Tsinghua, so he currently is a 4th generation farmer in Nigeria, and he's doing business development. He's a business development manager in Harvard Agro in Nigeria, and they're sending out produce globally. So he expressed interest in helping us and being our advisors, and he's looking to do an MBA in SMU and next year if he managed to clinch a position. So there are people who are not just doing urban farming that are interested in what we can give and what they can gain from it. So definitely it's something that we're looking into if we were to look at other countries. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, I think of yourselves as an intermediary, right? You're trying to gamify, engage the community, and then on the other hand, you have to source for all these farms, whether urban or rural, doesn't matter, right? And then from there, I mean, you're starting urban because that's something you understand, that's something you're more control proximate as well in Singapore. But eventually, as you grow, it's also seeing where and how the community reacts to what you're experimenting here. My gut feel is you could even think of areas like, so we talk about carbon footprint, right? So for example, if you buy one of your tokens, this is how much greenhouse gases you're eliminating. So you've got to play on all of these things, right? So I do agree, Winnie, actually just focus on this and do this really well, and it should be big enough. If you try to do and run your own farms, that's just try not to do it. Don't go and operate that. It's totally different capabilities, different team, different set of problems you face. So just my view is just focus on one problem and solve it well.
Yes, we absolutely agree with that. And I think when you mentioned carbon offsetting, that's a really good thing as well. One of the so-called ideas that we currently still have at hand is also to work with businesses to potentially explore carbon offsetting for international companies such as airlines, where they may need things like this carbon offset for their businesses.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. Regardless of the outcome, I would like to encourage you guys to continue to go for the moon, right? Yeah, the three space that you mentioned are all unicorn space, ultra competitive. I can understand why you guys want to work with small urban farms, because I think there is a huge opportunity here, definitely here in Asia itself. Where I'm really struggling is, and also I really like the idea about the DVEG, right, tokens. You may want to perhaps share more about how that is being generated, because that could be one of the areas that's very relevant here in Singapore, given that Singapore is one of the strongest fintech hub globally. The second one was really learn to adopt more sustainability metrics. For example, the United Nations SDGs, right? You're going after three very specialized market itself. And also very importantly is some of the language that actually you use about is really more of the business side. Like on the IoT side, there's a lot more details inside that. How you're going to do the integration and things like that. Even though you're talking about MPV, people want to hear those details. Yes, and your MPV is like within 4 weeks. So I think that's another area to look into. I do feel here in Singapore, your MPV have a good chance because there's at least about 150 to 160 small urban startups, right? Some of them is on paper. Quite a few of them are already in the HDB rooftops. And all these guys are going to be here. They're going to be going out in the regions. If you're able to capture them early, right, you may have a chance. Yes, because you're riding onto other unicorns that's going overseas. But the problem is, like what all my fellow ex-team judges have mentioned, a lot more details you need to cover. And choose your competition wisely. Each of these are all ultra competitive, right? There's only 4 of you guys only. Yes, my side, we are one of the largest agri-food funds in Asia itself. The unicorns that we have, just to give you an example itself, my smallest unicorns in this area itself is hiring about 1,500 people, right? They're serving like about 10,000 restaurant chain. Yes, that is the kind of level and commitment in about 5 to 10 years time that you need to be expected to. So unless the co-founders among you guys have all the in-depth knowledge, or at least know what you are going after, it'll be very challenging to actually bring in other investors. Yeah, so just a word of advice. Thanks.
Thank you for the very valuable advice. I think it's very impactful to us. Some of the things that you mentioned previously obviously did not think about unicorns and startups as well. So it's something that we'll definitely take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. We'll move on to the next team. Okay, so next team is Bovitech. Thank you. Hello. Okay.
Can I start? All right. Hello, everyone. So I think after one agri-tech company, this is another one, but we are more focused on livestock. So hi, my name is Shoaib, and together I'm here with Krish, and our company is called Bovitech, and we do artificial intelligence for biometric validation of cattle. So what does that mean? So around the world, governments, banks, and insurance providers, they really need and they are actively seeking out for a reliable way to validate cattle identity. What does that mean? So let's say that a particular insurance company insures a cow and then issues a policy. Then the farmer later comes back and says, I want to claim for this cow. How would the insurance company know that this is the cow I insured? And that is the problem that we solve. So we are actually making a reliable system for cattle validation. So what is a reliable system? So let me define. It is biometric. It is tamper-proof. No one can change it. It's digital and it's easy to use. And that's exactly what we make. So this is a Bovitech application. So what we do is that we we validate a cow identity using the nose print. So just like humans have unique fingerprint, cows have a unique nose print. And we use pattern recognition and artificial intelligence to validate cattle identity. So our solution is reliable, it's AI-powered biometric. It does not cause any infection, has no contamination in the food chain, no inventory cost, completely digital. Just nice. So this is just like a small demo. So all you need to do is click a picture of the cow, enter your loan ID, your policy ID. Once you want to validate, you click a picture of the cow's nose print again, just like scanning a QR code, and it can tell you whether it's verified or it's not. So currently, based on our database, we can validate identity with more than 90% accuracy, and that is a literature review standard in the world right now. So our business model, we have a lot of revenue streams, of course. So I would like you to focus on the right side of the screen. So of course, we charge the government for validation, insurance companies, banks, as well as educational institutions, because livestock industry is all farmers and basically they don't have an easy way to reach out to them or even to collect data for research purposes. Again, if we have a lot of farmers on the platform, we can do advertising. And if nothing works out, well, we can do a cattle management software for early adoption and early revenue generation. So I've done my market validation. So I talked to these countries, government entities in these countries, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Canada, Australia, as well as the One World Bank. And they are quite intrigued by the technology, and they all gave us positive feedback. We are also part of GSMA Agri-Tech. So GSMA is actually a mobile network organization, but they also support Agri-Tech in the African region. So we are part of the Digi Agri Hub. They connect us to insurance companies as well as they provide us exclusive market reports and key insights in the industry for Africa. So I'll head on to Krish.
So actually, in terms of market analysis, we've actually streamlined our strongest value proposition into livestock validation. And this is more specifically relevant to the financial institution and insurance companies because they are the ones who are actually rolling out these loans for collaterals for these livestock and securing premiums. And creating a safety net for them to protect them from fraudulent cases is the value proposition that we are providing. Next, please. So in terms of market sizing, how we actually different from the cattle identification market size, even though it is higher in our tier of value proposition, is because of the spending capital of financial institutions to protect themselves against fraudulent cases. And hence, we are actually able to project that by 2030, the overall validation market size will be $3 billion, but currently it's at $1.4 billion. So actually, this is when we compare ourselves to our competitors. So most of our competitors, especially Dwara and MooID, are actually based in India, and Unitrace Tech based in China. So they focus on lifestyle identification. And for them, what they're doing is they want to identify cows to ensure that those cows in my herd belong to me and not to someone else. Let's say you find a stray cow in the wild, right? Who does it belong to? And that's the solution that they provide. But what they are limited by is that they need to secure huge data sets in the millions in order to form a reliable identification platform. But we focus on validation. So all we need to do is to have a one-to-one comparison based on the cow that you send for your collateral to the one that the bank has registered. So all we need to do is a one-to-one comparison, and from there we can actually build up our database rather than relying on a big database before we implement the solution. So next, please. So actually, our go-to-market strategy is predominantly in Africa. This is also because our BD efforts have been centralized in that region. Again, based on our competitor analysis, our competitors are not focused on Africa right now, but rather in India and China. So right now, we have identified that there's 370 million cattle in Africa. Of course, those who are being insured will be a smaller number. And the countries that we are focusing on are Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Rwanda. So our initial focus in terms of our next steps is to actually focus on Nigeria. So based on reports from United Nations as well as World Bank, so actually Nigeria is the largest African economy. Livestock is 9% of their GDP. And they actually have done adequate research on livestock insurance adoption, which is very relevant to us. And from the World Bank, what they've stated is that even smallholder farmers, those who even have a small herd, are willing to pay up to 50 USDs per cattle to insure their cattle for 1,200 USD. And most importantly for us, based on our BD efforts, what we noticed is main decision makers in the region of Africa are actually based out of Nigeria. So in terms of our initial focus, we can then actually expand into other regions in Africa by focusing on Nigeria.
So just to explain more on how do we plan to get these insurance companies. So every insurance works in a very simple way. You collect all the premiums, and then after that, there's something called a loss ratio. So let's say that you collect the premiums, then you have an 80% loss ratio, means that you lose 80% of your premium in terms of claims, and then you earn the remaining 20%. So let's say the hypothetical case that, let's say all the premium comes in and your loss ratio is 0.8, right, which is 80%. That includes fraudulent claims. If I'm able to help you identify the fraudulent claims, let's say I reduce it from 0.8 to 0.79, you will make a profit, and I take 10% of that profit. So this is a graph you see over here, 1% reduction, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. I cannot say, I cannot guarantee because I still need to go out there, I need to do the market research. And, but this is our revenue projection. But by talking to them, we have realized that 2% is probably the correct number. And based on the number of cattle, this is our revenue projection for the coming years. And of course, we put it as linear because at first it will be less and then later it will be more. But of course, like all projections, we hope that it's exponential. So this is our progress so far. So first of all, we got a pre-sale investment of $10,000 from NUS Enterprise. We did our market validation, our prototype. We were the top 7 most innovative startups, student startups in Singapore under Tech Blazers. Then we got incubation at NUS Enterprise. And we tried to go for cattle, but Singapore only has 2 cattle farms, and then adoption was not really good. So we changed to dogs for a while, worked with NParks and everything. It didn't really work out and everything. We had a few management team changes. Then finally, after that, we went for a seed investment. We got a seed investment of US $1 million to develop this project as well. But then the process is still under process, so I don't have money in my bank account right now. And then after that, we got like SMU PAK Challenge over here. And before incorporation, just yesterday, we were also nominated by SGTech for the InnoServe competition. That's the World ICT competition in Taiwan. And we are going to incorporate soon, hopefully next week. Yeah, so finally.
Yeah, so in terms of fund allocation, I think based on what Shrey said, since we are looking at, let's say, investment of $1 million, why do we need the 50,000 today, right? So actually, Shrey has mentioned, it's still in the works, it's still not confirmed. We have secured our MOU, but until the money's in our bank and the contract is signed, we cannot hope for that amount. So actually what we want to do, right, is we have actually developed a strategy. We identify what our product will be and how we're going to develop the product. But what we need is the liquidity right now in order to actually kickstart the launch process. And the 50,000 right now will not only help us in the initial tech development, but also to do the market research, which is currently missing in most regions. So although we have identified and we are focused on Africa, ultimately in the future, of course with the support of the $1 million in the future, we also want to expand into other regions, especially in the ASEAN region, US region, Australia region, which are the big cattle, livestock industries. So right now, we need liquidity and we need to move forward, because we have spent almost a year in planning, and right now that's the only thing that's stopping us from actually launching the product. And next, so again, the founding team is actually just the 2 of us. So my name is Krishna again. I actually come from engineering, chemical engineering background, nothing to do with agriculture or anything like that. Shoaib is computer engineering, again, nothing to do with agriculture, but we actually came together because we are NUS students, we serve in council together, and from there we actually ideated together and found out this solution. And yeah, he comes from more entrepreneurial background with multiple ventures. I come from a more corporate background with more commercial, commercial focus. And that's the team, and that's us, and that's our presentation. So thank you very much.
Well, this is a very interesting presentation. Very surprising. I'm trying to understand the business model. Maybe just help me out a little bit here. So your customers are your insurance companies. Your insurance companies are gonna pay you to use your platform, and they will make it mandatory for any farmer that wants to insure livestock to go through this process in order for them to reduce their claims. Am I right?
Yeah, correct. So they are going to make it mandatory for them. So as in, like, let's say when you issue the policy, they just click one picture of the cow's face, and then that's all. Our algorithm will automatically extract the muzzle and everything.
Right.
So they can do it themselves. They can ask the farmers to do it. But at the end of the day, from what I know and from market research studies, internet penetration is not a lot among farmers in Africa. So I think that it will mostly be insurance companies that would be handling that part. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I think specifically we need to mention that we are not going to incur the cost on the farmer side, because for them, they are the ones who have to adopt rather than want to adopt. So on that side, we are not going to incur a cost. It's more on the insurance companies to ensure that there is less barrier of entry to adopt. And by doing so, they keep the price consistent for them. They just make it part of their process to secure insurance.
Right. And is this product already developed?
Yes.
Okay.
The product is already developed, so we have accuracy, which is one of the best in the world, based on literature review. So it's a topic of research, and based on that, whatever the metrics are, we have similar results. And to go further, as we get more data, our solution becomes even better, like every other artificial intelligence solution.
I see. And in your best case scenario, how big do you think this company can grow into?
Probably a unicorn. I think I'll be happy with that.
Because I was looking at your revenue numbers, right? And you're
Yeah.
projecting 60,000
Yeah.
in 3 years.
Okay, yeah, so 60,000, okay, the years are actually not the most specific part. It's actually the number of cattle. So if we just look at this graph, right, this is up to 1 million cattle. Nigeria alone has 20 million. Ethiopia has 30 million cattle. Sudan in the region, if I'm not wrong, Ethiopia has 70 million. Sudan has 30 million. So, yeah, the numbers is just a proportional line, but we are going into the tens and the hundreds of million rather than just 1 million, which is over here.
Right, so this graph is trying to show for per million, this
Right.
is the revenue that
Per
you are
account,
looking at.
let's say per
Right,
account.
got it. Okay, thank you.
I'm very curious about this use case, right? Because the technology that you develop can probably expand to like a lot of use cases, identifying something based on unique biometrics, right? Why do you select this space to go into?
Okay,
Like why cattle? Why insurance-related cattle market?
So initially, so the reason specifically for cattle, right, is most of the livestock that come from mammalian species actually have a very unique identifying pattern, which is similar to a human's face. And what we cannot do is we cannot assume that that actually exists in, let's say, chickens, which is why we didn't enter the chicken market. Because there's a unique imprint, that's why we're actually able to do the identification feature. And that's how, yeah.
And based on other livestock as well, cattle is one of the livestock that have high value, so people want to insure it. For example, chicken is like $50 to $100. No one wants to insure a chicken, right? So they want to insure cattle instead. And the system is already in place in terms of traceability, ear tags, RFID ear tags, and all that. All that's missing is validation. So we are just that key piece in then to finish the entire puzzle.
Okay, and Africa as a first market, have you guys been? Know anybody there? Have any contacts, networks?
Yeah, so our investor actually does business with government entities in Africa, and that's why they were interested. So they went out there, they asked them, they said that, all right, I think that we'll be willing to buy this kind of solution. So they are connecting us to the government, and then that's how we enter the market.
And are you willing to like stay there for a bit and relocate or whatever? Because your market is there, right, apparently?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
So also to add on, I mean, we did identify other markets as well. In terms of BD efforts, we did look at Australia, Canada, US, ASEAN region. Of course, when we had certain conversations with them, they were not interested in purchasing a product. What they actually were more interested in is on the academia side, or they wanted to acquire us, which is at that stage, when we saw our market cap, it didn't make sense for them to just acquire us and then just get a payout, because we believe the business is actually going to grow much more than what they offered us. So in the African market, we did have a BD effort where the governments have indicated interest, and now we have an investor who has done business in Africa that can get us into the market. So right now, that's why instead of now deviating away from where our strengths are, we wanted to just focus on Africa first, and then once we establish ourselves regionally there, where none of our competitors are currently there, then we establish ourselves in other markets as well.
Yeah, quick question. Who's in charge of tech and the technology?
Me.
Right? Yeah, and basically currently you're building it.
Yes, I'm building it, yeah.
Okay, and it sounds like you said that tech is already proven, right? So do you own the tech, or are you kind of taking the tech from someone who has already done work on this?
No, I've developed the tech myself, but if the question is more related to IP and all that, I'm not too sure whether the tech itself can be IP, but the dataset certainly can.
Right, and in terms of your error rates, right, you're saying how many % accuracy, 90%?
So above 90%, but the more important one is that our false positive is 0. So we make sure the false positive is 0, even though it hurts the overall accuracy.
Got it, but you did mention also on a smaller sample size, right?
Yes, the results I have is on the standard sample size in the industry right now, which is around 500 to 600 cattle.
Okay, yeah, I think you probably need to do this like with one of the Nigerian cattle farms there.
Yes,
to be able to prove
as
this.
POC, yeah.
Okay, got it. So your next step is POC.
No, my next step is pilot. Yeah.
Yeah, the pilot. Sorry. And then how are you going to further develop this tech?
So I have I have monetary backing right now. So I do hope to hire masters and PhDs to work on it, to publish some research papers as well as apply for patents, build the credibility. And then based on the pilot initiative, we would be having the data set which no one has in the world right now, because it will be a large data set of cow nose prints, and it's not publicly available. So yeah, then we hope to further improve it as we get more data.
So at this point, the nose prints, is it you're using computer vision, is it, to identify?
Yes, so computer vision, so let's say you click a picture of the face, right? I use computer vision to extract, and then use pattern recognition and my own handcrafted model to then make the final classification.
Okay, got it. And how robustly have you tested this?
So I've tested this quite robustly actually, because I collected my data from 3 different countries. One is from India, then another one is from Malaysia, then last one is from Australia. So I trained the I trained the model on a standard data set where the picture was clicked on like similar lighting, but then the robustness is tested by clicking the same image of the cow under different lighting and different backgrounds. So in terms of robustness, yes, it's robust enough because we diversify our data, not only horizontally, but vertically as well. As in like for each cow, I click image of the same cow on different days.
Okay, got it. So your false positive 0?
Yes, but it hurts the accuracy. That's why it's above around 90%, yes.
Okay, next.
Yeah, okay. Yes, thanks for the presentation. I would just like to say, that we are that we know about this market very well, because we have one of my portfolios. We own about 800,000 to 900,000 cattle, right? And then myself, I'm an AI and a data scientist by training, so there will be some practical issues inside there itself. Broadly, just 3. Right? I think for this case, I may have to recluse myself because I've heard the presentation during the SG Tech Blazer when you guys are the finalists. So this is the second time I'm hearing this. So for the sake of fairness, I would like to recluse if everybody's okay on that itself. Yes. So just three pointers just to share right on that itself. So one is the fact about the false positive. Right? This one is not credible at all. Right, for most of the AI guys, your data sets, 500-600, this is not a problem. I think the problem is because cattle, there are different types of cattle, right? You said yourself, India, Australia cattle is very different from Africa cattle, right? So that false positive is due to that itself. Identifying the cattle type, right down to even the age and even in some cases gender is very different. So that is one issue. Second issue is we are talking about the nose inside here itself. So the nose inside here itself for the cattle itself, there's a growth stage itself. So you need to iron out which is the age that you are actually doing that. And the problem is what happens when they are younger. Do you do that or you don't do that? That is a big challenge on the ground to do the validations. Because your insurance company want to do that not only for matured cattle, also for young cattle. Yeah, this is an operational issue, but you need to be prepared on that itself. And I think the third one was the fact about the error rate 90%. Again, this is not practical. Yes, to our knowledge, some of the loss ratio that we have for cattle, right, could be up to about 5%, right, 5 to 8%, right, depending on the cattle types. Even for those in temperate countries. I think for African countries, tropical countries, the humidity, the temperatures, there's a lot more rough, right? Yes, you have to be mentally prepared for that. So some of these things you really need to get top specialists, at least data scientists, to really run through and just to make sure that whatever you present in future when you're doing the fundraising, you'll be a lot more credible. Thanks.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you so much for your points.
Thank you so much, Bovitech. We need to move on to the next one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Food Hero whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Sorry? Thank you. Testing. Okay. Hello. Yep. Can? Right. Wait. Okay. Hi, judges and fellow competitors. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's been a long day. We've heard like 8 pitches now, so you guys are probably really tired. Some of y'all maybe got some neck pain, some shoulder pain. But we have feet pain. You know, some of y'all may be having some pain in your feet as well. So Akash has extremely high arches on his foot, and I've got extremely flat foot. So we get feet pain all the time. And a few months ago, he messaged me. He was like, I've got some pain in my feet, Shiros. What do I do? And you may be wondering why is he asking me this question. So I'm a physiotherapy student, and I've got experience in rehab for over 3 years now. So we were talking a bit further about why he's having this foot pain, and he was asking, should I get insoles? But he was quoted $550 for insoles, and we were thinking that's ridiculous. So given we have huge entrepreneurial spirit, we were thinking, do many other people face this same issue? So we did our primary research and customer interviews, and we realized that these are the 2 main problems right now. The high price point, insoles, fully customized insoles cost anywhere from $400 to $600. Sure, they are off-the-shelf insoles, but they just don't work for most people. What then someone would do is go to a doctor, be referred to a podiatrist. This takes on average 1 month with all the referral and waiting times. And at the end of the day, costs a ridiculous price. So we know that 1 in 4 people face foot problems at some point in their life, and this worsens as the age increases. So we at Food Hero thought there has to be a better solution, and this is it. We have split it into 3 main parts. Firstly, diagnosis. So what we will have customers do is upload 4 images of their feet in different angles. Along with that, they'll fill out a quick form indicating their pain points, their height, their weight, etc. We will extract the relevant measurements required for insole creation and send that over to our designers. So our designers are podiatry run suppliers. They've been working with hospitals for over 30 years now, selling to clinics and hospitals both. And what we will do is have them design the insoles and send it directly to our customers. I will have Akash talk a bit about our MVP.
Yes, so this is a rough MVP that we have created. What works is that the customer essentially has to fill in their particulars as their age, their weight, their foot size, etc., and fill in exactly where they feel the pain points in their feet, following which we have detailed instructions for them and we have a guideline. So we have 4 images that you have to provide, and this is the angles, etc., that you have to provide it with. The customers will take their images from these angles, etc., and upload it into our form. Yeah, so once they upload the 4 images into their form, they simply make the payment and they press submit, so they send it to us. What our backend will do is we'll use our algorithm to extract the key points that are required for insole creation. And the insoles will arrive right at your doorstep so that you can live your life pain-free. Yeah. So looking at this video, etc., we are creating this application first to test our users and to test user feedback in the market. And we aim to start off as a direct-to-consumer mobile application. But really, our end goal is to be a B2B player where we license our technology to telehealth companies that focus on physiotherapy and rehab services and footwear and insole retailers. The reason we want to go about this approach is because we believe that the subsequent business models require improved accuracy, product quality, and brand credibility. Some of the companies that we want to work with would be your Dr. Scholl's and your Dr. Comfort, which are insoles companies, and also telehealth physio rehab companies like SWAT Health, Watchdog, etc.
So we have identified, after conducting the interviews of customers' personas we want to go with, and we have identified that our primary focus will be people who have active lifestyle and are really busy. So firstly, adults with regular weekend physical activities, like the guys who go and play football every weekend, or the ladies who go for Pilates and yoga classes as well. Secondly, the adults with physically demanding jobs, such as nurses, flight attendants, construction managers, etc. We aim to target the first consumer persona because we feel that they have higher disposable income and they have an emphasis on voluntary involvement in physical activities. We then develop go-to-market strategies after talking to these customers. We understand that for the guys, they want an emphasis on increased performance and reduced injury risk. And they are more likely to refer to their fellow competitors or fellow players, while the females have more emphasis on overall holistic comfort and well-being. And they are more likely to refer to their friends and family. We understand that customer acquisition cost is something that needs to be addressed and optimized. So for now, we've come up with 3 main approaches. Subscription services, where we have automatic reorder of insoles every 6 to 12 months. Secondly, we want to incentivize people for referring our insoles to help everyone walk pain-free. And lastly, we want to offer supplementary products, such as toe spacers and trigger ball releases to complement our product.
So after doing a market assessment, we estimate there's about a $56 million opportunity here in Food Hero, for Food Hero, and we aim to capture 10% of the market over the next 5 years. After doing a breakdown of this from the serviceable obtainable market, we have a quantity per month and the resulting quantity per year, and the revenues based on a $150 insole price, which is less than a third of what is there in the market right now. So after establishing ourselves in Singapore, we aim to enter Australia for 3 main reasons. The first is that Australia has a huge emphasis on health and wellness. The second is that Australia's income demographic is very similar to that of Singapore, so there are relatively higher income individuals there. And the last one is that my co-founder is actually positioned there, and he has developed an extensive network of other physiotherapists and rehab specialists. So based on our negotiations with suppliers, we have a profit margin right now of about 25 to 32%, but we believe we can bump this up to about 50% given our unit economies of scale. There are no other companies right now in Southeast Asia that are offering what we are offering right now, but there are companies out there in the world. So in countries like America, India, Australia, there are companies that are offering direct-to-consumer insoles. However, these companies are offering it from a very logistically heavy process. So what they do is they physically send over imprint kits to our customers. Customers will then step on those imprint kits and then send it back to them. So it's very demanding from the customer's perspective to go through all that effort. What we aim to do, our unique selling proposition, is the easy and convenient experience at a fraction of the price, and also our computer vision algorithms.
So our founding team consists of 3 of us. Akash, a business management student in SMU, and he's got consulting experience in McKinsey and other firms. I'm Shiros, I'm a physiotherapy student, and I've got a background in business IT. And Jiang, our CTO, he's based in Vietnam. He's an AI and ML engineer. We believe our 3 different backgrounds give us a good grasp of what we want to achieve at Food Hero. We understand that it's a slightly complex field, so we've established a credible board of advisors, both in the healthcare and tech space. And they have been working very closely with us, and currently we have attended a few competitions, Eagles, Hatch, MIT competition, top 5 teams, and I've just ended the Western Australia Accelerator program, and we are being pushed into the next stage as well with more funds and mentoring.
Yeah, so with the help of our advisors, we have developed a foot measurement guideline. So we have sat down with podiatrists, we've got feedback from them. They have told us what exactly you have to measure, how exactly you should measure them. So we've incorporated that into our solution. And using that, we have sampled our insoles. We have samples here that we'll share with you once we're done presenting. The bottom left-hand side one is one that is seems the most promising to us, and we're actually wearing it right now. So I'll just share it with you here. I'll share it with you as well. It's very nice insole, and I'll present the rest of my slides with one shoe on me. Right. So next slide. Yeah. So the prize money from PAK will go into 4 main channels. The first 2 will be backend development and app development. The backend development, we aim to hire AI and ML engineers to improve our analyses, because our co-founder is specializing in computer science and mathematics. The app development will be focused on hiring app developers, and we foresee these to be higher because our co-founder's experience is more on the backend machine learning side. Lastly, we have the marketing and testing and administrative costs. For marketing and testing, we understand that for the field that we are in, we really need to educate our customers a lot. And so we want to focus on educational content through digital marketing interns and online and offline advertisements. My co-founder is actually a health content writer as well, and has been featured on multiple magazines and socials relating to health sites. And lastly is administrative costs. Next slide. Yeah, so with that, we end our presentation. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And we hope that, with the support from PAK and all of you judges, we'll be able to help the world walk pain-free. Thank you. You want to share the insoles? Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I like the product. I think you probably have the team to get it done.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around is the category that you are trying to occupy.
Okay.
Right? Your initial starting point has been trying to resolve a pain point that you feel, right?
Yeah.
For your high arcs and your flat foot. But your target markets are people who exercise.
Yes.
And are you saying that it's going to be a subset of those people, and what you are actually trying to target is people with high arcs, flat foot, foot problems that are actually exercising, or you're trying to go in another direction where you are trying to form like your performance insoles, right?
Okay.
You're trying to target the bigger market and create this new category that is gonna occupy a brand new space, and that forms a ridiculously different market size.
Understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with the foot pain that we have identified, we actually did a lot of, we did a lot more research, and we understood that the segments like the individuals who do sports on the weekends and the women who go for their Pilates classes, etc. That is a market that we want to do for our early adopters per se. So just to get, because they have more need for the insoles right now for us, and we believe that we can address them faster before going on to the ones that have, like high arches and flat feet, which we will target once we have like a higher level of technology.
Right, but are they feeling that pain point? That's my bigger question. Because if you tell me that your high arc people and flat foot people, I know they are feeling the pain point, right? They are already looking for a solution. If you're going to target your general market that is guys that are exercising or girls that are exercising, do they have a need for this product right now? And is it easy for them to be your super fans?
So I'm thinking, we've got asked this question just recently, and I was thinking about this answer. So basically, same question that came up, if people not facing the pain right now, would they go out of their way to buy something to address anything they have actually? So we want to have an emphasis on how this may limit pains that may happen in the future. We want to emphasize that these insoles will improve the comfort for you and reduce any chances of pain happening in the future. Because as we know, as we age, biomechanics of the body changes and etc. So we want to limit that from happening sometime down the line.
Right. But you're going to spend money on education.
Yeah.
Right? I will pay to solve my pain point right now.
Okay.
I might not convert now.
Right.
Especially in your initial starting point, right? I think that's probably good to think about.
Okay,
I think the
sure.
second thing, it's probably marketing. End of the day, a DTC company is a marketing company, right? You need to be very good at what you do, right? How are you guys thinking about your marketing in this DTC space?
Yeah, so I go through so you can talk. So for marketing, we have identified specific places that we want to reach out to the customer, etc. So these places would be, your sports arenas and some of these yoga and yoga, spin classes, Pilates classes, etc. So we want to address them there. Apart from that, so this is apart from the digital marketing efforts that we'll be putting on Facebook and Instagram, and also reaching out to them on WhatsApp, etc. So that is our plan right now.
We plan to work with boutique gyms, physio clinics, Pilates yoga, like he mentioned.
Yeah.
So we want to provide them a face of how they're trying to improve everyone's holistic well-being, not just, if I'm going to a physio, maybe I've got shoulder pain. If somebody comes in with a feet pain, we can say, we have this product that could work for you.
Yeah. Just want to make a quick comment. I think just to add on to his point, I mean, we've seen quite a lot of successful D2C businesses. I think what we're trying to say is take one step back and think around really what does your brand stand for, your story, and then go forward, because you got a good product, right?
Yeah.
I think take one step back and think around your marketing angles and the story and what you're trying to stand for and what value you want to bring to your end clients, and then from there push it through your channels and pick your channels carefully. I think your budget's obviously underrepresented there for marketing. I think it's something that you can think about. But from a product perspective, I think you guys, I agree with Joshua, you guys got the right team, right approach. Now it's thinking about how you approach those channels and the stories and the sound bites you want to create, right? To just really increase the brand awareness and to try to achieve where you want to be.
Yep.
Yeah. In terms of business model, it's our judges, the rest of the judges are the expert. So I'd just like to share in terms of as an end user, because I'm a marathon runner. Right, so I've been looking for some product like this. Right, we are the guys who spend ridiculous amount of money buying shoes and buying everything that can help us improve, even by 1 second. So just to write on, right, if you can have like celebrity like Sorayon, right, 2-time Southeast Asia marathon winners, endorsing your products, or even wearing it when he's running Stanchart Marathon, for example, right, you will get our attention. So just writing on where all the judges are all emphasizing, you need to be very clear where your product is. Market is not a problem, in my opinion, but you need to know which one that you need to go after. Right. Personally, I feel that you guys are going after too many market segments to be successful.
Yeah, like exactly what he said, right? He's a marathon runner. Understanding these demographics and where they are spending their money from and catering your marketing message surrounding this, you'll be so much easier to acquire customers in an early stage. Compared to you trying to go to your spin classes or your boutique gyms, are those really places that they are already feeling the pain? Right? I think the potential is really there. Being able to identify that 20% of customers that will be your super fans is critical in that early stage. And once you find that fit, right, it solves your 0 to 1 M problem already.
Understand.
Then you just double down on your 1 to 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for us, through the MIT pitch competition, etc., we had a couple of mentors as well. And after speaking to to one of the mentors, where he was talking about how he's a regular tennis player on the weekends, etc., and he faces a lot of pain, and a lot of his friends also face these sort of pains when they play these sports. After hearing that, we actually went down and we spoke to some like middle-aged men, etc. And we found that this is actually a common point of occurrence for them. They were looking for ways on how they can reduce the risk of injury, and they were so not really looking for insoles per se, but they were looking for footwear, maybe shoes, etc. Right? And that is why we, after speaking to all of them, we decided this could be something that we want to look at the starting point. For the women as well, a similar story where we had spoken to one of our earlier mentors, and she was telling the same thing about how her and her friends, like some of them who are pregnant and stuff, they face a lot of feet pain, and this could be something that they want to look at in the future. Yeah.
Cool. In this business, right? How do you think about your cash flow?
Yeah.
Like, because it is not something as simple as like buying off the shelf and then it arrive, right? There is a time lag.
Yes.
In terms of volume and then production and all that, right? How does this cash cycle looks like? Because you'll get into a vicious cycle, right? Like, don't have money to produce, don't have money to acquire. Yeah.
So we actually start production only after we receive the payment from the customers. So customers will pay for the insole, and 2 weeks later they'll get the insole. So production is happened per order basis with our customers. The issue is that our production is happening overseas, so shipping costs can be high. So if we increase the volume of how much each customer orders, that can be cut down significantly. Yeah, so we receive the money first, and then we do the production and we serve them their insoles.
And per piece?
Per piece, yeah. And the margins are, like after negotiations, we have developed those margins. Yeah.
One idea that I have is you'll probably realize that a good percentage of our customers orders the same size. At some point in time, you'll be able to standardize it and you DTC this. Right?
Yeah.
Doing a customized business, it's good at the start, but to find out like 80% of what your customer actually wants and then just hold those as inventory, you'll scale a lot faster.
So for now, our production is done off-site, so it's outsourced production from those suppliers, the podiatry-run suppliers, who actually provide to all those hospitals, etc. Over time, once we test the market and we see there's a need, then we can put down more fixed costs and maybe buy our own printer and produce it in-house.
Yeah, because you limit your customers a lot by this kind of pricing also.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you had an audience of what? Blue-collar worker. I doubt it.
Yeah. So the price that we're at right now, $150, this is because we are still testing the market. We haven't finalized this price point. The amount in the market right now is about, like what Shiro's mentioned, $400 to $600. So this is cheaper than what's there in the market right now. But we believe that, if we do it in-house and we're able to reduce the production cost from what you have mentioned, maybe we can reduce the price per insole as well.
But those are people with a pain point, right? Those are people that are paying $400 with a high arc or a flat foot, right? Yeah. I would definitely pay, because if you tell me it's gonna solve my problem, I'll probably pay for it. If I'm a marathon runner, I'll pay to improve by 1 second, right? So you need to be able to identify that gap, and then you look at whether do you really need your AI, do you really want to invest so much into your AI? Because you probably already know how to solve the problem, right? That is a nice add-on. Is it critical for you to focus in your early stage and invest in those areas? Might be something that you want to think about. But I think it's a great idea and a great DTC brand if you execute it well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Food Hero, and thank you, judges. So on to our last startup here today. It's Office Bud.
Okay, so good afternoon, judges. My name is Junhan, co-founder of Office Bud, and today I'm excited to present to you an extremely profitable and scalable business. Now, there are over 400 million businesses in the world today, with 95% of them being small and medium-sized businesses. Now, despite the differences in the type of markets they operate in, culture, and business types, they all face a similar problem, and that is the problem of talent attraction and retention. Now, this is such a widespread problem that 9 in 10 employers in the APAC region are now prioritizing employee experience initiatives in a post-pandemic environment. So, despite this huge priority on employee experience programs, why are SMBs unable to capitalize on this new normal? Well, firstly, HR and executives in small and medium-sized businesses are simply too overtasked with their core functions to even worry about secondary functions like benefits, rewards, and perks, right? The second problem is with regards to cost constraints. So small and medium-sized businesses do not have the financial flexibility and in order to match the initiatives of larger MNCs out there. And last but not least, in terms of a macro environment, current solutions are simply not integrative enough and too narrowly focused on specific job functions or solution categories like telemedicine apps serving corporate clients or benefit wellness applications. And this is exactly why we created OfficeBud. So OfficeBud is an all-in-one cloud-based employee experience platform aimed at helping SMBs attract and retain talent in the long run. So not only do we reduce the cost constraints that is required for SMBs to partake in this solution, we also help to reduce administrative hassle by accumulating all secondary functions into a singular platform. Now, when we were coming out with the OfficeBud platform, we did some research into the kind of things that we wanted to partake in the platform itself, and we realized that we wanted to go with 3 core functions that actually help motivate employees, namely technology, physical space, as well as culture, and all these things have been imbued in the platform, right? So the OfficeBud platform is made up of 3 different core functions, namely the marketplace, business tools and analytics, as well as employee engagement tools. So on the marketplace aspect, we aim to provide an end-to-end procurement solution, right, for HR managers as well as employees in order to purchase items on our different marketplaces, ranging from rewards and lifestyle to pantry management, team building, as well as corporate insurance. So how we actually differentiate ourselves from all other marketplaces out there is we actually integrate in engagement aspects into the marketplace itself. So for example, if a HR manager were to want to purchase items on the marketplace, they can get a general sensing from their employees on whether or not these items are really items that they desire before they actually make the purchase of the items. And this helps to ultimately increase benefit dollar usage and increase ROI in the long run. Now, next up, with regards to our business tools and analytics, this allows for HR managers to gain a snapshot into the secondary functions in which is going on in their company, right? So, for example, things like credits as well as monthly centralized invoicing and benefits allocation. All these are important aspects that a company needs to understand in terms of how they are running their business at this present moment. So on top of this, we also have nifty little features like credits allocation. So on a monthly basis, right, instead of manually allocating benefit dollars to their employees, they can use our credit stipend allocation to actually allocate these credits for employees to spend on our rewards and lifestyle marketplace. And last but not least, in terms of engagement tools, we actually aim to reinforce company culture through this aspect, right? So being an employee experience platform, this is something that is really important to us. And we have various nifty things like community dashboards. We actually have company leaderboards, custom posts and surveys, as well as awards and challenges. And all these actually aims to ultimately, at the end of the day, bridge the employee-employee disconnect and create a more fun environment for employees and employers to work in. And so you might be asking yourself, with all these different functions, how much are we going to charge? Right, so everything that I have actually just mentioned will be absolutely free. Right, so it will actually run on a freemium-based marketplace model, whereby we charge not on our basic software itself, but for advanced features on the platform. So that would actually be $3 to $5 per employee per month. And we also diversify revenue streams by charging commission on the different vendors that are listed on our marketplace. So this enables us to not just focus on a singular aspect on the entire platform, but actually have multiple revenue streams. Now, on the aspect, right, our founders, me and my co-founder, we have actually done we have done a lot of validation in the last 2.5 years, stemming from past business experiences with over $4 million revenue generated, as well as strategic partnerships with key partners like AIA for corporate insurance, right? So in terms of a global environment, this has actually seen a proven market fit as well in the United States with companies such as Snappy, Triver, Kazoo, all doing incredibly well in the employee experience space. But there is no one integrative solution in Southeast Asia yet, and that is where we seek to disrupt the market. right? And on that note, right, the market is actually ripe for disruption. And why is this so, right? So Microsoft has actually valued the employee experience market to be valued at $300 billion, right? And our initial traction would be to capture the first 5,000 employees to initially bring the initial $600,000 worth of revenue to OfficeBud. And I'm proud to say that we have actually managed to accomplish 30% of this so far. Right. So in terms of competition in Southeast Asia, there are competitors, right, to us, but they can be described as the next best solution. So like what I mentioned in my problem slide, current solutions are not integrative enough and too narrowly focused on individual solution categories. And that is where we seek to stand out from the market and by providing a low-cost, one-stop integrative solution for employee experience initiatives. Now, for customer acquisition, one key aspect of our business is our potential for scalability, right? So this actually comes in play through key partnership initiatives with complementary businesses such as other HRMS platforms, or through inbound and outbound marketing strategies, such as, like taking part in Tech in Asia conference. So that is actually a startup event that we actually went for previously, as well as, personal selling to markets as well as warmer markets on that note. Right. Another thing that I also want to bring up is our potential for vendors to be our customers simultaneously, allowing us to scale twice as fast as usual. Okay, so next up, we actually have the pre-launch traction. So how have we done so far, right? So since we started reaching out to pilot customers as well as vendors in April this year, we've actually managed to get around 50 plus over pilot customers and 30 plus over vendors, driving a pre-revenue traction of $180,000. Now, in terms of 2022 and 2023 milestones, I'm happy to say that we have actually completed 90% of our software product development, right? And at the start of next year, we're actually looking to fundraise our first round to actually increase our vertical offerings as well as the type of things that we can actually hope to expect on the OfficeBud platform. In terms of expansion into Southeast Asia markets, we're also looking at that as well, with strategic tie-ins with partners from Malaysia, Taiwan, as well as Australia. Now, next up, in terms of the usage of funds, so how will we use the $50,000, right, if we were to win the competition, right? So because we are actually a very tech-reliant platform, majority of the funds will actually go towards product development. So that will be $24,000, with the remainder of the fund going into personnel hiring, so BD as well as marketing efforts and other miscellaneous costs as well. Now, for financial projections, we are looking more than healthy, right? So we are planning to capture the first 2,500 customers by end of 2022, and by 2026, according to the same matrices that we are currently using in terms of customer acquisition and conversion, we're looking to capture 206,400 customers across 10,000 companies, which will actually drive a revenue potential of $24.7 million by the end of 2026. Yeah, so in terms of our team itself, we're supported by a very strong team with my co-founder Joshua and I. So we have deep experiences in B2B sales, consulting, talent acquisition, having started startups before with near 8-figure revenue, as well as served companies with almost 300 overhead counts. Right, we're also supported by esteemed networks, mentors, and incubators that actually gives us good market sensing as well as good capabilities in order to push into this entire venture that we want to go in, right? So before I actually end off my entire presentation, I want to just say, at OfficeBud, we are looking to transform and revolutionize employee experience practices for SMBs, and we are hoping to be the dominant market player in this entire region itself. So we hope for you guys to be with us on this journey, and that's about it. Thank you so much. We'll now open for Q&A.
What do you mean by pre-revenue traction of 100 over 1,000? What does that mean?
Okay, so that's a good question, right? So currently, because I mentioned that we are still 90% done with our product development, right? So all this revenue, around 22% of it has actually been realized. So they go off platform and we actually help them to do things like pantry management, team building, all these kind of things, right? So realized revenue. And then the other percentage, right, is actually revenue that has been committed. So these are companies which are already spending this amount, but on other fragmented platforms. And they say like, okay, once you guys launch, right, we're looking to port this amount over and spend it on you guys instead. Yeah, because we help them to consolidate everything in all-in-one platform.
Okay. Looking at your website, you say you have like several players already using you, right? Can you describe one use case?
Okay, so like in terms of customers or vendors?
Customers, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of customers wise, right, so I think one very good use case, okay, so recently I think we actually managed to do a specific tie-in with this company in Japan called Double Verify, right? So basically what we're helping them to do as of now is to actually customize their pantry management experiences. So basically they came to us and then they said that, okay, we are having this office in Singapore, right? We're currently based in Japan, right? Our employees have been work from home the past 2 years. We want to create something for their pantry. And how can we actually do that? So I tied in closely with their workplace experiences manager, and we came up with a solution for them, like in terms of a package to actually make the pantry quite nice, I would say. So, but ultimately, what we're hoping to do, right, is down the line, everything can be automated through the platform itself. So, in terms of invoicing, in terms of purchase of items, whether they want to do a subscription model, ad hoc basis, right, all this can be decided by the HR managers or the employees. So, it doesn't exactly require us to do a lot of the heavy lifting because the platform, does all that for us. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe one comment from, again, trying to do a little bit too much, right? Because if you look at any company, they are not starting from scratch. They are already got some or part of the problem solved, or they have already got processes that's already covering some of this. So you're asking for a switching cost of multiple aspects of their flow, which may be a very major switching cost from the beginning, right? If you wedge in with a small angle, right? Very thin angle, maybe you can get somewhere. But if you want to replace their entire benefits and comms system with engagement, with analytics, it's a big bite to take for any HR person, right?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, right? And that is exactly why we targeted ourselves at small and medium-sized businesses, because in terms of red tape, bureaucracies, the cost of switching, right, is much lesser than MNCs. But along the way, right, we realized that MNCs also had a pain point in regards to this solution. So they are the ones who have been actively reaching out to us, right, and asking us to actually, curate something for them, even though we are still pre-launch. But I definitely hear where you're coming from. And ultimately, when me and my co-founder, we came up with this entire Office Bar platform, right, we wanted something that was not just an MVP, we wanted something that encompassed all those key areas that we were talking about in terms of culture, technology, and physical space. And this cannot be, something that is just a skeleton model product, right? So we realized that, okay, we needed to come up with the marketplace, business tools, and analytics, as well as engagement. And in concurrent wise, right, we actually tested this idea with our pilot customers, as well as we talked to HR managers and employees to really validate the entire idea through, yeah.
Yeah, just curious, just to add on to that, right, quick one. What did you think were the most effective ways to convert these SMEs? What were the key, deal-making points? For them, okay, once you said it, immediately they switched over.
Understand. Okay, so great question also. So in terms of the sales process, right, so how I actually do it most of the time is when I get on a call with a SMB client, right, I will first ask them, okay, so what are your pain points? Right, what are the things that you're really looking for that we can help you with? And from there, they will identify, so for example, I am often too overtasked with core functions. I want someone to actually help me with regards to pantry. I want someone to actually help me with regards to understanding how analytics is broken down, how my employees are feeling. And from there, I will zoom into those particular functions. I'll tell them, okay, the Office Bug platform has all these different features, right, that can help you with your problem. And, on their end, they'll feel okay, this is a low-cost solution because our basic software itself is totally free, right? We don't charge you anything for it. Yeah, so on their end, they're hey, actually, I can use this platform to help solve all these issues. Why not I give it a shot, right? So what we'll do is we'll send them a demo account. They can try it with their employees. And from there, it's a very, very easy conversion for them, yeah.
Did you find that they already had legacy solutions, or they were already using other platforms, or they basically had nothing? For a lot of the SMBs.
Understand. So I think for SMBs wise, right, they currently use very fragmented approach. So they actually just go to various different sort of either platforms or websites to actually do their purchasing of benefits, or they actually use something that maybe Engage Rocket to do their engagement. And then ultimately this becomes very, very messy, right? Because now you have 5 to 10 over different places that you actually have to go to in order to fulfill each function as a HR manager. So what we do is we consolidate everything together. And this is also amazing because, like, for example, right, when you go to a benefits website and you allow your employees to purchase something using credits, a lot of time that actually ends the entire transaction. So you don't understand what your employees feel about the benefits itself. But because our platform actually has inbuilt polls and surveys as well as engagement aspects, right, you can understand whether these benefit dollars were really efficiently allocated, right, and whether there's anything you can actually do better as a manager to help to increase that efficiency. Yeah. Thanks.
Right. I think you understand the SME space very well. I think a couple of us have been in the SME ourselves, and usually the problems arise when there is a problem, then we find one specific solution. And if your angle is to target SMEs, then you should have realized that we only find solutions when there is one particular problem, right? We wouldn't find one that encompasses everything because that's not where all the problems start to arise. Unless your goal is to not just SMEs, right? You are targeting your 50 employees and above. They have already been through the 10 solutions and you are there. Your company exists to help them to consolidate everything, which then brings your level of MVP a lot higher than what it needs to be. Yeah.
Understand. Okay, so I'm going to break down that into two main parts, right? So who are we specifically targeting? So who we are specifically targeting are not like very, very small startups or SMEs with less than 20 employees. So we're targeting 20 employees onwards, so up to 50, even 100 employees, right? So that's the first thing. Secondly, I think the first part that you mentioned is really more of a reactive solution, right? So SMEs, they react to things that are happening and they see this problem, okay, how can I solve that issue, right? So we are trying to transition them from a reactive sort of approach to something that is more proactive, right? So you anticipate these issues because most of the time how engagement currently works now, right, is, for example, I have a monthly sort of review, I have a quarterly review. But by the time you have these monthly reviews and quarterly reviews with your employees, right, benefit dollars has already been spent, it has already been wasted, right? This is money you cannot get back, right? You can't turn back the time. So in order to actually to tackle this, right, that is exactly why we have this kind of like on-demand sort of like solution. So before you even purchase the item, right, you gain a sensing from your employees, right, whether or not these are items that they truly want. So on your end, right, you also save the benefit dollars, right, because you don't actually have like any wastage. So for example, like maybe granola bars, right? Maybe your employees don't really want, but you as a HR manager, you think like, hey, actually maybe they want something healthy, right? Which might not be the case. So that is exactly what we aim to do over here, right? We help you to be more cost efficient, right? We allow you to adopt a low cost solution for all your employee experience initiatives, and then we bundle it all together through a very iterative feedback session, feedback loop through the engagement side. Yeah.
The other way you think about this is your solution modularized, i.e. you can turn on and turn off certain features or, because again, SME, 20, 50 people, you don't want to inundate them with like so many features, right? To his point, right? They tell you these are my problems and you give it to them and then you try to upsell them further down the road. Is that how your tech stack's built?
Correct. So I think that is a very good question, right? So yes, it's modularized. So basically, remember just now I mentioned the basic software as well as the advanced features, right? So normally for SMBs wise, right, they are good enough with the basic software. So we actually hide the more advanced features. And if let's say you're a company with more employees, you want more analytics insights into how benefit dollars are spent, you can actually pay that $3 to $5 per month, and then you unlock all these different extra features. Yeah.
Okay.
May I have one last question? Sorry. 2.5 years you have been doing this? I saw some 2.5 years.
Okay, so in terms of the ideation to the product itself now, right, it's actually 1.5 years, but in terms of 2.5 years, that is actually through past business ventures as well as, because my co-founder actually have experience in the employee experience area, and I have experience in the talent acquisition HR area. So that actually serves as a form of validation in that 1 extra year, before we even ideated the product. And it's also, it also helped us to actually ideate the product in a sense, because how we actually ideated this was me and my co-founder, we met in a university module. So when we actually pitched this idea, we were thinking like, hey, actually, based on our background, right, in HR tech as well as talent acquisition and his entrepreneurship background, it would actually be quite apt for us to pursue this idea, especially with the huge issue with regards to talent attraction and retention in this entire COVID-19 Great Resignation climate. Yeah.
Okay, and you guys are 1.5 years full-time on this so far?
So we are both NUS students,
quite, yeah.
right? So, but on top of that, we are also like full-time doing this, I would say, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately,
Thank
that's
you.
all the time we have. Thank you, Office Bud. So we've come to the end of all the 10 teams. I'm sure it was quite insightful sharing. So thank you, judges. Thank you for all the teams for the sharing. So I'm sure it's quite difficult for all the judges to deliberate on all 10 teams in such a short time. So we'll have some deliberation time. So in the meantime, contestants are treated to an...
Testing one. Okay, good evening, everyone. So hope that everyone has enjoyed the wonderful pitches here at PAK Challenge, the largest student-led startup pitch competition in Southeast Asia. And for our panel discussion today, the topic will be on the challenges, uncertainties, and unique journey that each of our founders and also experienced professionals in the startup space here will be sharing today. So I'm Ryan, a year 2 business student here at SMU. And with me, we are honored to have our 3 distinguished panelists. So firstly, we have Erkan, the founder of Irvin's Food, a high-growth consumer food brand. Next, we have Pamela Lee, a startup mentor at F10 Incubator and Accelerator, and the head of sales at Talos, an institutional-grade technology infrastructure that supports the full life cycle of digital asset trading. Lastly, we have with us Han Ping, the founder of Aloha, an enterprise SaaS employee engagement impact experiences and rewards platform, her third startup that she has been working on. So let us give a round of applause for our panelists here today. Yeah. Okay, so to begin, let's hear more from our speakers to share more about what their startup does and so what they are currently working on. So maybe we could start with Erkan.
Sure. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, everyone, for having me. Like Ryan said, I'm glad to be here. My name is Erkan. I'm one of the co-founders of Irvin's Salted Egg. I'm the COO. So at Irvin's, simply put, our vision is to really make really disruptive and really dangerously addictive products in the categories that we're in. Of course, we've been doing this for 7 years now as a consumer goods startup. We pivoted from our first half of our company life as a restaurant, actually. So it was a moment of product market fit. From a restaurant, gave birth to Irvin's that we know now. Yeah, so as the COO, my focus is on manufacturing, supply chain, HR, and data and IT.
Well, it's really interesting to hear how you transitioned from a restaurant all the way to what Irvin's Food is today. So maybe Pamela, you could share.
Hi everyone. Thanks for having me here today. So I'm Pamela. I'm currently the head of APAC sales at Talos, in charge of the sales growth and operations in this region. So what I'm doing now really, I'm not a founder, I wouldn't say, compared to both, but I actually built up the APAC business in Singapore itself as part of the core leadership team. So I've been in Talos for the last 6 months. The company is founded in US, headquartered in New York. So we did our Series B this year, raised 100 million led by General Atlantic. We had key strategic partners from various banks, CD Ventures, Wells Fargo. Some of them, they are big institutions that are looking to do digital asset trading. And what we do at Talos is really becoming the next Bloomberg for crypto, right? And there is this product fit in the market because we can see from news that a lot of institutions are coming in, but they lack of the tools that they are used to in capital markets to actually trade crypto. So we have seen great traction in this space, despite being crypto winter that some might say. Last quarter is actually one of the biggest quarter for us because everyone believes in building the infrastructure. And we are an infrastructure builder. We are a tech infrastructure. We are not a trading company. So that makes us a lot different from maybe other companies that's probably finding a fit in the market right now. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think really interesting to hear your focus on tech and also how you aspire to become the next Bloomberg, right? So maybe Ping, could you share more about Aloha?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ryan. I'm very excited to be here next to both Pam and Erkan. Hi, everyone. My name is Ping. My voice is raspy because, a flu of some sorts is coming, I guess. But super excited to be here. I was an alum from SMU. So right now, I'm building my third startup. It is called Aloha. Our mission is to actually provide access and development to sustainability-minded team building activities. The key problem that we are looking to solve is how can people leaders or organizational leaders infuse and deepen employee connection, employee engagement in this new world of how we work. And we believe that can be done through sustainability-minded team building experiences such as environment conservation activities, social sector volunteering activities, or food sustainability activities. So yeah, look forward to learning from my fellow panelists and from all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ping Ping. So really interesting stuff. So I think first off, let's move on to more questions related to experiences with founders. So the first question would be, why did all of you decide to venture into the areas of your choice? So for Erkan, food, for Pamela in terms of crypto, and also for Ping Ping in terms of enterprise tech. So maybe we could go, Ping Ping could share, we could go this way.
I think for me, why I became a founder several years back, it was actually after a 10-day Vipassana meditation in Nepal. The question that I asked myself was, because my entire career, I had always been doing two things. I was either turning around a business or I was building new revenue streams for my employer. So I was quite a good and effective entrepreneur. And during the meditation, the question that I asked myself was, what would I want to do next that would excite me the most and scare me the most? And then I was like, oh, okay, I think that would probably be an entrepreneur. And then since I cannot write a line of code to save my life, I tried, but I cannot. Well, let's go try and be a tech entrepreneur. And so, yeah, and then fast forward to today, that's why I am endeavoring to build Aloha. The good news is Aloha has two parts to the business. The first part is experiences, which my hospitality background with hotels, really taught me about that. The other part of the business is learning how to build digital tools to facilitate, to make efficient processes and what have you. So still learning, and that's how I got into building Aloha.
Okay, thanks for sharing that, Ping Ping. I think in terms of the experience and also digital tools for Aloha. So maybe Pamela could share why you decided to venture into crypto.
Yep. To be honest, I really didn't expect myself to be in crypto. But I guess when I graduated from SMU, I really did what normal SMU students would go for investment banks, graduate programs, internship programs. So I actually did the whole graduate program with Credit Suisse. I tried different asset classes with them. I was doing equity sales. And then I moved to FX sales, both working in Hong Kong at a company called Almex. And then that company decided to start a new venture into crypto. And then I was at Hong Kong at the time, and then I wanted to come back to Singapore, and they said, hey, why not you lead the APAC business for crypto, since you want to be in Singapore and we wanted to give you that opportunity to scale. I was like, hey, why not? It's something that I wanted to learn. It's definitely something growing. I do see the potential in it. I took the opportunity, and here I am. Yeah, so I would say that's also something I've learned throughout the past 4 years being in this industry, because it's definitely not easy, because there isn't a certain framework that we can follow for crypto. And even for my company itself, we have no answers to a lot of things. There isn't a benchmark or a similar trading platform for crypto that I can reference to or things like this. So the only way is to be that standard, right, for our clients, get client feedback, and build whatever our client is looking for. Yep.
Okay, yep. Thanks, Pamela. Definitely an interesting journey there. So maybe Erkan, you could share.
Yeah, so for me, I didn't really have any epiphany or I saw a pain point in, there's no salty snacks in the market. For me, it was purely, came out of my heart in wanting to help my brother, Irvin. Hence the name of the brand, right? The restaurant itself was Irvin's Live Seafood. Back then it was in the corner of River Valley, after which he moved to Upper Thompson. So my story as a co-founder is, kind of life is a winding road for me. I graduated with business and film. I was really creatively inclined. So I did, a bit of that for like 1.5 years. And then I wanted to, back then, like maybe was it, 9 years ago, startup became more and more growing and exciting in Southeast Asia. So I wanted to get a feel, okay, I just want to feel what it's like to launch an MVP. So me and my CTO friend, we built a two-sided services marketplace for Indonesia. So it's like a thumbtack for Indonesia. So I did that for about like 6 months, and then I got to experience that. And then of course came the reality of like, how hard and, competitive the race is, right? And it was right around that moment in 2015, I got married, and then all of a sudden, Irvin, who's been doing his restaurant all the way back from 2007, he asked for my help to try to figure out, can we scale this dishes from the restaurant into snacks manufacturing, because back then the restaurant wasn't doing well. So what happened was morning shift was making snacks in the kitchen, and then the late afternoon and night it was the restaurant. So I thought like everyone may know in F&B it's really brutal. He starts work at 8 a.m. he finishes work at 1 a.m. Monday to Sunday. So I thought, okay, you know what, I want to help. And yeah, my first mission was he gave me 6 months to go from restaurant to a proper kitchen. So that was really exciting, and like finally I get to like, okay, I learned what was needed to run fast. So that was how I've been doing this for 7 years now.
Sounds like a really interesting journey, so thanks for that heartfelt sharing, how you helped your brother Irvin. So also on that note, thanks for sharing about how you decided to venture into areas of interest and also entrepreneurship. So was there a mentoring figure that helped you on your journey in business? Also, how do you ask them to be your mentor as well? So maybe Erkan?
I think for me, it was all really new to me in the past 7 years. Like it was basically me, Irvin, my wife, and then from a small team growing bigger. I guess if you're asking about like mentor, I kind of look up to Irvin as well, and my dad as well, because my dad has a lot of experience in consumer, and Irvin is really, I was like so young back then, so green. So I kind of learned from him his mentality and approach to building a business, his obsession at design, because he really loves design. That's why today, if you look underneath our pouch, it's actually design, because he really want to pay attention to every single thing, whatever is seen or whatever is unseen, be it by our customers or by our own company members. So I think I really learned a lot from him as we work together. Yeah.
Okay. Really interesting. Okay, so Pamela, how about you?
Yeah, I did actually. I think I have several mentors during my career journey, and I always believe that at different parts of career, you actually need different types of mentors, right? So when I graduated, what really helped was I was part of this organization called Young Women's Leaders Connection. It has a flagship mentoring program where they actually match young women with some of the women leaders in various industries, right? Whether it's public or private sector. So I was privileged to be part of the program. My mentor then was a managing partner at a law firm. So at then I was actually in finance. So it's a different industry, but actually it's okay because I think you focus a lot more on the soft skills more than the hard skills and technicals. And at that time, I think the mentor was mainly in terms of how do you scale the corporate ladder, how do you make an impression to your bosses, how do you manage work, do well in work and things like this, right? So that was when I graduated, and that was the first mentor I had. Then moving down my career, I think mid-career, I think it's about finding a mentor that could help you manage stakeholders, because then I think you would have reached a certain career status in your life, and then you kind of need to learn how to manage upwards and downwards, right? People that you report upwards. For me, it's my headquarters, and then downwards, which is how to manage people, right? And these mentors are the ones that have been there, done that before, and they could actually offer very, very valuable advice. So I think to your second part of questions, how do you find mentors, right? I think there are a lot of mentorship programs out there. The one that I mentioned is one of them. I'm also part of F10. So F10, we have a mentor program where we help startups and incubators. I think they always have different, I think every year they have like 2 to 3 admission programs, I would say, for different startups sponsored by different companies. And then they will try to match mentors accordingly to the field that you are. So for me, my expertise or specialization is in crypto, blockchain, Web3, and things like this. So they will match me with companies that need help. We help them hone their pitches. We help them with interviews, investors, if they need to raise funds, and then how to help to find talent, because that's also a difficult thing in the market, especially developers, UX designers, we were talking about that just now. So yeah, we do a lot of things. So I think mentorship programs out there is definitely a way to go, yeah.
Definitely can relate to that, having been in multiple mentorship programs as well. So maybe Ping Ping, could you share your experiences?
Yeah, I think how I view mentorship is slightly different. Mentorship to me is synonymous with learning. And so for me, I view that I can learn from anyone. The myth is that mentors should be someone older than us, rightly so, because that person will have acquired more wisdom, more knowledge than us. But equally, I have realized that, like just now, we were trying to learn about B-Rail from Jared, right? And so that is also can be seen and understood as mentorship. So how I view mentorship is it's synonymous with learning, and so therefore anyone can be a mentor. Now then when I think about, okay, so example, when I was building my second startup, it was to do with augmented reality. And like I shared, I cannot code a line to save my life. So now then I'm thinking, okay, we need to find developers, and so we need to find a mentor who can understand augmented reality and all the jazz that we needed. So then if we think like that, then the next natural step would be, okay, where are the best developers in the world? Oh, okay, Google, right? So what communities might there be out there that will have that pool of people that we want to learn from? So, you know, if we go through that train of thought to then kind of like narrow down the funnel in terms of where to find, that would be my answer to, you know, Ryan's second part question, where to find mentors. LinkedIn, by the way, is a treasure trove. For real. LinkedIn.
Yeah, maybe I want to add to her point, right? On LinkedIn, I want to affirm that as well, because that's actually my method of learning as well. You mentioned about like mentors can be anyone. It's like totally true, you know. So I think we all probably would really encourage everyone to be hyperactive on LinkedIn, and I really abuse it because like there are so many nice people out there. So recently I wanted to learn more like retail supply chain optimization. You know, to be honest, even until now, Irvin's own like retail stores supply chain, the workflows isn't as automated and optimized as it could be. So I wanted to learn. So I literally just reached out. Okay, I don't know these people, but they are great retail brands in Singapore. or overseas, I'll just reach out to them, the head of operations or the COO, and then I'll just like talk to them. Then when they meet up with me online, they'll just say, "Wait, Urchan, you're like the COO. Why are you want to learn from me?" But I just have what Satya would always say, a learner mindset. I really believe that, and just like go in and like absorb from people, and yeah. So LinkedIn is awesome.
Okay, thanks for adding that. I think I myself am guilty also of like overusing LinkedIn. Pamela, would you like to add on with your on that note of like experiences of using like LinkedIn to learn or maybe like connect with other people?
Yeah, I think connect is very important. I think absolutely. I think I spend my time more on LinkedIn than any other social medias out there, to be honest. I think especially for me, right, doing sales and BD and growth in this region, LinkedIn is definitely the best tool. I think ideally, because everyone is using LinkedIn, that first message that you send out to the one that you want to reach out to, it's very important because everyone is cold calling, right? So my tip would be actually not copy and paste every message, because I see it all the time, right? Where people just copy a message. Sometimes they might even put the wrong name, and then hey, you are just copying and pasting from somewhere else. So really be authentic and genuine in terms of the message that you want to curate to the person you want to reach out to. It can be, hey, I just read an article about you. Hey, I just attended a webinar that you were speaking about. I do have some questions. Are you free to come out for coffee with me? I think these are actually ways to get someone engaged on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. I think having shared more about like how to use LinkedIn, or maybe like how you have learned from LinkedIn, what are the top 3 skills that you strongly believe that an entrepreneur needs to have? So maybe Ping, could we?
The first, I think, is curiosity. You have to be one has to be curious about anything and everything. Secondly, I would say courage, because there will be more failures than successes. So must have the courage to do the deep reflection, have the courage to ask questions. And then thirdly, I think know when to have fun. Must always have fun, Yeah, I think that would be the 3 for me. Curiosity, courage, have fun.
Okay. Thanks for summarizing that. I think Pamela would like to share your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for me, 3 things I would say. Number 1, a bit same as Ping, greed, right? Never say never. You always get a lot of rejections, but it's okay. Every rejection, you learn something from it. Second, I think passion. I think whatever that you are building, whatever that you are part of, you must really enjoy what you do. You don't want to wake up every day and be, hey, I need to meet this client, I need to meet this investor. I think that shouldn't be the attitude. And lastly, something that I resonate very deeply, especially in the past few years, is really empathy, right? And what I mean by empathy is simple things like being attentive in meetings, being curious to whatever everyone is talking about, or even managing team, right? Being curious to what your team members are talking about, and at the same time giving constructive feedback to people that you are working with and things like this. I think these are ways that really help you go very, very long throughout your career. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Erkan, how about you?
Yeah, maybe for me, from my perspective, like more on the as a COO, for me, I always cultivate and emphasize on 2 things. Number 1 is curiosity, and number 2 is always having a mindset to break status quo. So as CEO at Irvin's, I'm almost every day at the factory. Both at the factory office as well as on the factory shop floor. And what I do is I continuously drive a mindset of Kaizen, continuous improvement, and cultivating an environment where my teams feel okay to share whatever ideas and challenge whatever ideas. So, for example, in like medium companies or even like bigger companies with more layers and so on, maybe like, for example, at the factory level, maybe the boss would like shoot down ideas. Oh no, that's nonsense, right? Or maybe there's the manager level, or you're trying to collaborate between like two teams, and then the other team is like, no, that's a waste of time. It doesn't make sense. It's not worth looking at. But I just I always instill in my teams, no idea or question is ridiculous, and like if anyone has any hypothesis that you want to ask or you want to experiment on, I'm game. Let's do it. So don't focus on debating theoreticals on the table. Focus on experimenting and seeing whether it's proven or false. I think that's how you get learnings and how you get the insights to move forward.
Okay, I think so. To summarize, I think that curiosity, courage, empathy, as well as continuous improvement are some of the 3 key skills that an entrepreneur needs to have. So I think on that note, in terms of the founding team, how important do you think is the initial team, and how do you find like-minded individuals in your journey? So maybe we could go with Erkan.
Yeah, I can share my experience. I feel very, very fortunate that my management team, for some reason, is exactly as diverse as it should be for the first 7 years of our journey. So it's a management team of 3 brothers. I'm the youngest, and just for some whatever odd reason, it's very fortunate. So Irvin, as the CEO, he is very obsessed with business gut feeling, always trying to look at another white space, and really obsessed with design and customers. So that's that really shows through in Irvin's products and experience. Ivan, our CFO, he is very obsessed with sales. So he's like at the exact right place, really spearheading our global sales. Yeah, and for me, again, just really fortunate. My brain wiring is like so tuned towards optimization. So for example, at the factory, when I go into a room, I just look at, okay, there's a motion waste from here to there. Why can't this be there? There's a process waste, there's and that. So just so fortunate, I get to be in a COO position. So I think from my experience, that founding team or that management team, everyone being strong and weak in their own ways, I think is really very useful in my journey.
I think that the team at Irvin's with like 3 brothers is definitely really unique. So maybe Pamela, what are your thoughts on this?
So I think people is the best investment, right? I think we all know that. When I started in Talos 6 months ago, I was employee number 2. Now we have 15 people in APAC office, and it was difficult. It wasn't easy to really find talent, especially we are a tech infrastructure company, right? And we need a lot of client services engineers, we need a lot of software developers, we need a lot of product guys with engineering background, because our product is a bit niche when it comes to trading platforms and things like this. You need people to understand how the whole market structure works, and we tend to hire people from capital markets. So what really worked for us is actually not going through the headhunter route that most people does, but a lot of the best people we found is actually through referrals. And these are people that in our past careers we work with, and we know they are the best. And we had to do a lot of things to actually entice them, to lure them to come over to join the company, sell them the vision that we are all building. And I think a lot comes also with the fundraising round that we did this year. I think a large part of it is actually investment for people, talent. That's only the way that the company can scale, and building more innovative products that I think more and more clients would want to see in us.
I see. Thanks for sharing that. So, Ping, how about you?
Yeah, I think in terms of founding teams, being aligned with what is the goal that we want to arrive at or land at, I think that's important. Then it means that we have to find the correct partners to go on the journey with, right? And how do we determine if this is the correct set of partners is by, do we share similar values, right? We need to have similar values, but complementary skill sets. So you're good at something, I'm good at another thing, but our values are aligned. So I think those are some of the criteria, if we put it as that I think about when I'm looking for collaborators or teammates to work with, yeah.
I see. Actually, on that note, do you think that the founding team should be similar, or should there be some diversity maybe to make up for the flaws or like the shortbacks of some of the other founders? Ping.
I believe very strongly in cognitive diversity at the table. Why I believe in that is because I have always found myself to be the odd one out in a room. Whether is it in the real estate hospitality industry where I would be the only female at the table, or it is diversity and inclusion in another sense where it's like everyone looks different. And what I've learned along the way is the best learning happens when one is in a room of people who are completely different to you. I personally enjoy being a student. Like when I get to go into a room and I feel that I'm the stupidest in the room, that I feel I'm in the correct room. Like if I'm in a room and somehow I seem to know 80% of the things that's going on, and I'm like, not quite sure if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does. I think definitely do respect your courage there. And also, okay, Pamela, what do you think on this point?
Yeah, I think diversity is always good. I think definitely when finding someone in the founding team, I would always want someone that could balance out my weaknesses, because we are not perfect. If we can find somebody that could do something that we can't, it definitely would add a lot of value, right? And I think what's more important actually is not about diversity, it's not about whether you have common interests, because I think the idea, I think Ping has mentioned just now as well, it's really the goal, right? All of you guys should have that same goal, that same values to really push the business forward. I think that's eventually the thing that matters, yeah.
Okay, got it. So the focusing on the goal together as a team. So Erkan?
Yeah, I totally agree with the rest. I really believe in diversity of thought. So at the management level, the three of us, again, just so happened very nicely. Ivan is very sales-oriented. His character is very aggressive. Me as a COO, I've always been a very more introvert, more conservative type in terms of risk-taking. And then Irvin as a COO, he has a blend of both and uses a lot of wisdom. And then he's a captain and he helps to make decisions. But even for the three of us, right, even though it's like familial ties, we really go at each other, when it's time for brainstorming and so on. And by now for Irvin's, we beyond our management team, we also have a leadership team that all of us, we meet at the start of every single week. My head of supply chain, head of retail e-commerce, and so on. So again, from that, I think it's, thanks to that diverse pool of people in the core leadership team that really brought us through COVID and, where we are today.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I think something that we all can learn from here is to embrace the diversity, especially in our founding teams. So on that note, how important do you think it is to gain maybe corporate experience first before venturing into your own business or starting something of your own? So maybe Erkan, what thoughts on that?
Yeah, I only had, my experience, I only had like a year of like 1 year of like internship and 1 year of work before I really went all in into my my journey on the creative side, and then with my startup, and then with Irvin's. But what I could think of from the perspective of maybe undergrads, right, or like as you're maybe graduating soon and so on, I kind of feel that I guess there's no black and white path, but I feel it's really great to, especially during your undergrad years or as a fresh grad, to join a startup, because I feel you get to absorb that energy, and you get to be given so many responsibilities, which is what I also at Irvin's do try to do for my fresh grads. I think that's useful, and furthermore, I think what I noticed from many people, your first few years, especially in a startup place, is also seems to have some correlation with finding your future startup co-founders. So I thought it's useful as well, But I don't think it's also wrong to go like fresh grad, go direct into a MNC and so on. I think it's a pluses and minuses depending on you.
Okay, got it. So Pamela, how about you? What do you think on it?
Yeah, so my background actually came from the usual working in a corporate and then moving into the startup. So I would say, in short, if you know what you want to do, right? If you know you want to start a business, I think you should go for it. If you don't have a clear idea what you want to do, like for me, the reason why I decided to do like a graduate program in a bank is because when I graduated, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. So in the graduate program, they kind of rotate you into like back office, middle office, and then from there I know I didn't want to do operations kind of related role. I wanted to do more sales kind of role, and then that's where I moved to Hong Kong and started in the capital markets doing equities and FX. So I think it's good in terms of working in a large corporate where they give you that foundations, they give you that structure, that learning where you might not get in a startup, because in startup, definitely you have to be a lot more hands-on, you have to wear multiple hats. So if you need someone to guide you, especially in a more senior kind of role where you are doing sales or when you are doing BD, you need someone to really mentor you and guide you. Generally, I would say to build their foundations, ideally it's from a MNC or like a corporate, and then moving on to the startup, and then that's where you get your knowledge. And then, but like I said, there's no right or wrong. If you really have that passion, you know that that's really what you want to do. You don't want to waste that first 4 to 5 years in a large corporation, then go for it. And I think the second point I wanted to add as well, it's really stability. I think working in startup, there's downside risks. There's also unlimited upside, right? So when it comes to your own income stability, when you start in a startup, definitely I think the first few years might be a bit tough, but if you think it's right for you, then go for it. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thanks for sharing that. Ping Ping, how about you?
My thoughts, actually, I wanted to double click into what Pam shared, downside risk and upside risk, right? And upsides. So I think the lens to view it from, if today we are graduating from school, I feel like the lens is what is one's own risk appetite. So if one feels that one's own risk appetite is like, I'm quite a risk-taking kind of person, then sure, go join a startup, because that's exactly where one will thrive. But if one feels like, not so sure, then it's okay. Go learn some expertise, build the fundamentals, in a company first. But I would say that view it from the lens of what is my own risk appetite.
Okay, got it. So I think for all of us here is to maybe consider our risk appetite first before considering whether to venture into a corporate or maybe just going straight into starting a business. So for our audience here, we're going to move on to more of the interesting stuff. So what was the most notable challenge that you faced in your entrepreneurship or career journey, and how did you overcome them? So Ping Ping, maybe you could go first.
Well, the most challenging is now, fundraising. Oh my word. But it's, how am I overcoming it? I remain optimistic. I am always perennially a half glass full kind of a person. Just remain optimistic. Go, go, go.
Okay. Pamela, how about you?
I think the toughest part for me was in my previous role, where I had to build the entire business from scratch in APAC when COVID happened, right? And it was difficult because, as I mentioned just now, it was a new venture into crypto. We have 0 clients based in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Australia. You cannot travel to all these countries. You cannot attend any conferences, there's no exhibition. So how are you going to find clients, right? So that was really, really a tough period. And how I overcome it was really just do everything I can. Number one, I think my boss was very understanding, knowing that the environment was tough. He didn't give me much pressure. Number two was really just trying my best. I actually gave myself like 100 people I need to meet, right? Regardless whether they decided to work with us or not, just have that initial conversation and speak to them, talk to them on LinkedIn, attend every virtual conferences there is out there. I think that's what I did, and really be positive, right? You never know which person you speak, might be the biggest client of yours, might be an investor of yours, and then just be open-minded. Yeah.
I think it's really important to be positive and maintain that growth mindset, that it will all be okay later in the future. So maybe Erkan, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, for me, a bit like her, you can imagine as a tourism brand and as a consumer product brand, how tough it was the past 2.5 years was for Irvins and for many companies, especially as a consumer product companies. So Irvins, we went through everything. Like we went through the good problem of hyperscaling, right? When I was basically like in the first few years, I was launching and opening a new factory every year. But then I think that's a good problem. But COVID 2 years, it was really tough. It was really tough. And then you thought it was going to get better. Oh, sorry, by the way, global supply chain freight issues. Now your export cost is 7x. Now your import lead time for your raw materials is 3 times as long. Right? So how we overcame it, I realized early on when it was really, we really had to do whatever it takes to go through this, what seems to be a very long and dark valley, is really improving ourselves. So for Irvins, right, our manufacturing is all done in Singapore. So that's why that's one of the reasons why it's the cost drivers, and for our products is a premium product. So the cost is expensive. So I really try to shepherd our teams to focus a lot on cost and manufacturing process productivity efficiency, and I think that's one of the good things that came out of this hard COVID years. Is probably without COVID, we would not have had the time to actually decide to deep dive into efficiency and gross margin and so on. So all the effort we put in the past 2 years, like every day there's a 5% improvement here, 1% improvement there. Today, without buying new machines compared to pre-COVID, my manufacturing now is we are doing pre-COVID volumes with half the factory, half the shifts, and 40% the headcount for our production. So you can imagine how that really benefited us in terms of our unit economics. So it was really tough times. So just like really bringing everyone together and knowing, okay, here's our focus, while Ivan and Irvin are like focused on like, okay, let's diversify our global sales. For us here on the supply side, let's focus on cost.
Okay, got it. So on that note of, how did all of you deal with multiple failures and keep on persevering maybe in your career or your entrepreneurship journey? And how do you overcome that fear of failure when venturing into your business or maybe in trying to progress in your career? Yeah, so maybe Ping, go for it.
I think overcoming failure is something that we probably will experience every day, even in like small little things, right? So I think really it's just knowing that, okay, now I'm going to quote something I learned from Vipassana meditation, which is things come, things go. And literally, everything is circular. So that is the philosophies I adopt in my approach to life and to work. Good things come, good things go. Bad things come, bad things go. All things are circular. So yeah.
Okay. Pamela, how about you?
For me, I would think the support network for me is very important. So my husband, my 15 months old son, I think these are the ones that really keep me going. Even though after a tough day of work, you come home dejected and things like this, you always know there will be someone there rooting for you regardless what's happened. And you know that you can't disappoint them. They would be there trying to, like for my husband, he will always be there, trying to think of ways that maybe he could help me in my career, maybe giving some advice or suggestions just to try to help me. So I think that really helps a lot. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Erkan, how about you?
Yeah, I probably although it's like often we like, or myself or like we try to remind ourselves that from failure there's like learnings and so on, right? But I really practically for me at least when going through these like failures or difficult moments or these like tough times in the COVID and so on, definitely was really stressful. So I think I really connect with that as well. That shoulders to lean on, the network, my wife, my whole company members, my team, and just knowing that it's gonna be okay, and then they give you that affirmation and comfort that, hey, it's gonna be okay. We're all in this together. So yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, got it. Thanks for sharing. Maybe one more question would be, how do you maintain your mental health in the face of all these challenges and setbacks? So maybe some advice, like what do you guys do to help remain positive? Erkan?
Life as a founder gets really blurry in terms of work and personal family life. So you you can imagine for my experience, right? It's family weekly dinners is also a board meeting, you know. So but I kind of I guess one thing that, and this as well comes from Irvin, right? And why I say he's a really good brother, but also a good mentor to me, because he always reminds me and reminds us of like, hey, don't take things too seriously as well. Like, I know you wanna, commit your life to doing Irvins and improving Irvins every single day, but also remember, have fun. To take it a little bit easy as well. So for me, on the weekends, I really try my best to step back, like be in the moment, in the now, with my wife, my 2 babies, with my family as well. We also like try to Saturday, weekends it's not work. Let's come Monday, okay, let's have a dinner plus board meeting and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually totally agree with him. I think, especially for me, because the company is headquartered in US, we get flooded with a lot of night calls. Monday to Friday, I think that's normal. That kind of compromise dinner times with our family. But I think what's more important is in the process, I learned how to let go. I think I know I can't be perfect in everything, right? And there are certain things that I might have to miss, like I can't go for like a friend's birthday dinner, I can't go for like a Halloween party, for example, but it's okay. I get to spend time with my family. If I'm not here, it's okay. I'll try to make it up another day. So I think I learned how to really not take things too hard myself and try to really, if it doesn't make it, doesn't happen, then I'll just come to sense myself. So I think, yeah. And on his point on mental health, really, it's making sure that you really unwind during weekends and just not check your emails. Yeah. So I'll try to take like 1 day off in a month just to spend time with my family, with my kids. If I don't have time on weekends, because we generally travel is back, so we travel quite a bit. But yeah, I just have a fixed day and set a fixed time out. I think that will help.
Actually, I fully echo with everything that Erkan and Pamela said. Because my point I was going to say is I actually am very strict in time management. I have specific time slots in a day that is just for me. And that is 6 to 9 p.m. Like the world can be crashing down. As long as no one's going to die, no one's going to go to jail, it's okay. 6 to 9 p.m. daily. And then if I can, I have 1 weekend off. So that's what I do in demarcating, time slots.
I need to learn from you.
Okay, I think definitely setting boundaries and also spending time with family is very important. So unfortunately, we have hit time. So once again, let's thank our 3 distinguished panelists here today. Ping Ping, Pamela, Erkan, for the informative and insightful sharing about their journey. So we believe that the sharing has inspired the next generation of student founders here to come up with more innovative, interesting, and disruptive ideas to be shared here at PAK Challenge, maybe next year. And we look forward to seeing all of you here again next year as well. So thank you, everyone. Yep.
the judges, just want to say a few words. I know it's been a long day, so we'll try to keep this as short as possible. But first and foremost, just want to thank all of you and congratulate all of you for coming this far, right? The judges had a fun time deliberating the results, and the thing I want to say is really don't let this result define you. I'm sure all of you know that. The fact you got here, it says a lot, right? And all of this process, it's definitely going to be beneficial for all of you. Hopefully the feedback that we shared with all of you is helpful today. I also want to take this opportunity to also thank the organizers. So Jared and the team, thank you so much. I want to thank IIE as well for putting all of this together. So let's give them a round of applause. Thankless jobs. These guys have been working, I'm sure, through the weekends, through the night as well to get all of this together. So really thankful for that. And hopefully many more years to come of such a competition. But lastly, I just want to take this opportunity also to have one of my fellow judges here share his story. I'll just say that he was from the first batch of Eagles. He was also one of the competitors in the competition, so one of the participants. He competed. I'll let him share his story, not to steal too much of his thunder, but more importantly, he's also a very successful entrepreneur. So built his own business, exited, and now he's giving back by spending his time. So without further ado, just want to have Joshua say a few words. And before we finally announce the winners for today.
Right. Hi. Yes, so most of the positions that all of you are in, I'm probably in there before. I started off in SMU, back then in IS, and then I joined Eagles in year 4. I organized the event. I was also part of the people that put the chairs and organized all the things. And then after all of you leave happily, I was the one that cleaned up and mopped the floor. After I graduated, I actually joined PAK competition, and I would think that I have done very well, but actually I lost that competition. I wasn't even in the top 3. That whole experience kind of made me learn that execution is a lot more important. So to give you guys a little bit about me, I co-founded a company called ErgoTune and Everdesk. Maybe you guys have heard of it. If you guys have not, please go and visit the website, and then my Facebook ads will chase you for the rest of your lives. And I think looking back into this competition, right? And I know that a lot of you, it's probably first-time entrepreneurs. There's a lot of things that I would have done differently, and I would just like to take this opportunity to share. Right, I see a lot of DTC companies, and I see a lot of tech companies in this realm. Kind of the first lesson that you guys will probably want to focus on is what do you want to be obsessed about, right? And be very clear on who you are trying to target, right? You hear a lot of people trying to say like customers first, but do you really understand the headspace of who your customers are? Why are they choosing you, and what problems are you trying to solve for them, right? Because once you figure that part out, and I took probably a year to figure that part out, that firstly, where are they at, who are they, and then I found what they call your channel fit, right? Because you know where are they at, right? And with that, I grew from 0 to 1. And that is probably the biggest lesson, right? Because I spent a lot of time running around, doing WhatsApp, doing collaboration with physios, doing collaborations here and there, and focus a little bit on advertising. When if I knew who my customers were and what pain points I was trying to solve for them, I would have scaled a lot quicker, right? So that's probably the first thing, right? If you want to be customer obsessed, right, really know your headspace of your customers. And from my understanding, 20% of your customers will probably be super fans. They will be your brand ambassadors. And how you take care of them is really how your brand will grow. Second lesson, it's once you get into the grind and the hustle, it's very exciting, right? You are doing shit, right? You keep on get shit done. And your calendar is always full and you're always doing a lot of things. A good way to kind of break this cycle is to think about working on your business rather than in your business. And I do this weekly and quarterly with my management team. And it has been proven a lot more helpful because once you start to be in the grind, right, you tend to forget where you are heading towards, right? A problem comes, it's urgent, maybe not that important, but you solve it immediately, right? A problem comes, urgent, I go and solve this first, later than I do. Then at the end of the day, 6 months later, you look back, what have I really done? right? I've just been putting out fires, right? So being focused and knowing how to work on the business firstly allows you to prioritize what do you need to do, and don't try to do everything. Don't try and do everything. You have not enough resources. You only have 24 hours in a day, right? Don't try and do everything. Be very focused with your available resources. What can you do? If you raise money and you have unlimited resources, sure, right? Go crazy and have fun. But if you don't, you're a bootstrap company like me, you have very limited people and you have a lot of things to do, be very focused on what are the goals that you want to achieve, right? And that's probably what I would have done differently. So, once again, if all want to know more, I'm more of obsession into DTC. Know where to consume your content. Twitter is great. Twitter is where I learned a lot of things. If you guys are in the DTC space, feel free to contact me. You can just add me on LinkedIn, or later you can just get my number, right? I'll be more than happy to share whatever that I've learned. But now it's me trying to give back. If I can help you in any other way, do feel free to let me know. But other than that, I think most of you guys have done a great job today, regardless of the results. As you can see from me, regardless of the results, do continue to do what you do. I believe businesses are the only people that can really change the world and move that fast enough to create an impact. And whatever that you guys doing are already very admirable. Right?
Let's give Joshua a big hand. Yeah, thanks, Joshua. I think if there's one word that embodies this guy, I've known him for more than 10 years, right? Hustle. And I hope that we see that from all of you. And regardless, again, as what we shared, we're going to give and share the results in a bit. I hope all of you go back with that same spirit, that same excitement and that same endeavor. Because honestly, if there's one thing I remember from school is that I spent too much time studying. I wish I started my entrepreneurial journey earlier like yourselves. 7 years later, I'm still hustling every single day, right? So I wish all of you the very best and may the best teams win. Gerald.
Sure. The third prize.
Okay, just shake his hand.
Yeah. Okay, I'll answer. Yeah. All right. No check. So sorry. Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm glad to announce the winners for PAK Challenge 2022. So we'll start with the the third prize first. So the third prize, congratulations to Crowd9. Yeah. So the sum won by Crowd9 will be $5,000. Congratulations. Yeah. Here, take a picture. Face the camera. Thank you. Okay, coming at second place. So we will have Edward giving the prize for second place. So second place, coming in at $15,000, will be Really Food. Thank you, Edward. Thanks, Ben. So, coming at first place with $50,000, winning the grand prize, it is... Thanks for drum roll. Okay, the first prize is Food Hero. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all prize winners, and thank you to all the judges and all the speakers who have come in here to lend their time. Thank you, Benjamin. So thank you all for staying. We have some bento boxes at the back over there. You guys wish to have early dinner. We have a photo board over here, which we have for everyone to take photos. So please line up in an orderly manner to take some photos. With that, we thank you all for your time and hope you had a wonderful time at PAK Challenge 2022. Thank you.